Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 signs that you are being too kind, and 4 powerful strategies to stop people from taking advantage of your kindness and protect your energy. Have you ever felt like your kindness is being used against you? Maybe you've noticed one of these signs. People only come to you when they need something, your goals are consistently sidelined, or you feel drained and unappreciated after helping others. If any of these resonate, it's a wake-up call. You might be giving too much, and it's costing you your happiness and peace of mind. When you're overly kind, you risk falling into dangerous patterns. You might find yourself neglecting your own needs, attracting people who drain your energy, or being treated as weak. Worse, you could even lose touch with your own identity as your life becomes consumed by the needs of others. The Stoics warned against this imbalance, teaching us the importance of self-respect and setting boundaries. But don't worry, there's a way out. Imagine a life where you could spot these 10 signs early and take action. People treating you as weak, assuming you'll handle everything, or overlooking your goals. What if you could break free from these cycles, preserve your energy, and still be a kind and giving person? In this video, I'll reveal 10 signs that you are being too kind and 4 transformative strategies to protect your energy while maintaining meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have the tools to balance kindness with self-respect and finally stop feeling taken advantage of. Stick around. This could change the way you see yourself and your relationships forever. 10 signs that you should stop being too kind. 1. Unrealistic expectations. How overgiving leaves you drained. Let me tell you about a moment in my life when I felt completely wiped out. I had bent over backward to help a friend who was struggling. I covered their shifts, lent them money, and even spent hours listening to their problems. At first, I felt good, like I was making a difference. But as the weeks went by, something strange started happening. I found myself waiting for them to ask, "How are you doing?" or to return the favor. Spoiler alert, it didn't happen. Instead, they grew comfortable taking what I gave, and I grew resentful. Here's the truth I had to face. I wasn't being selfless. I was attaching strings. I expected them to give back, to reciprocate, to care as much as I cared. And when they didn't, I felt betrayed. That's when I realized I had unrealistic expectations, and it wasn't their fault. It was mine. The Stoics teach us to give freely, but with boundaries. They say, give not to please, but to act in accordance with your own principles. Giving from a place of expectation isn't generosity. It's a transaction, and when you expect others to fill your emotional bank account, you set yourself up for disappointment. 2. Dependency creation. Breaking free from the trap of always giving. I used to think that helping others non-stop was a sign of strength. If I could solve everyone's problems, surely they'd see my value, right? But here's the trap. The more I helped, the less others tried to help themselves. My constant giving became a crutch for them and a burden for me. I'll never forget the time I stayed up all night finishing a colleague's project. Instead of gratitude, they handed me even more work the next week. I was enabling their laziness, not empowering their growth. That's when I realized I was stuck in a cycle of overgiving, and it was harming both of us. The Stoics remind us that self-respect begins with boundaries. As Seneca said, sometimes even to live is an act of courage. Living courageously means saying no when giving would hurt you or hinder someone else's growth. True kindness isn't about doing everything for others. It's about inspiring them to step up and handle their own responsibilities. Once I learned this, I started changing my approach. Instead of jumping in to fix everything, I offered guidance and encouragement. But I let people take charge of their own challenges. It wasn't easy at first. Old habits die hard. But over time, it felt empowering. Remember this: when you always rescue others, you're not helping them. You're holding them back. Be kind, but don't let your kindness become a cage for yourself or others. Empower, don't enable. I started asking myself, am I giving because I genuinely want to, or because I expect something in return? That shift in mindset was life-changing. Now, I give what I can without overextending myself, and I let go of the outcome. It's not about getting something back. It's about staying true to who I am. And guess what? When you give from a place of strength and self-respect, people sense it. It creates healthier relationships. Stop chasing approval. Start embracing the power of intentional giving. It's freedom. 3. Neglected goals. How overgiving can steal your purpose. There was a point in my life when I felt like I was running on a hamster wheel. Every day was a blur of helping others, family, friends, co-workers, but my own goals, forgotten. I was so focused on pleasing everyone else that I didn't even know what I wanted anymore. The wake-up call came when I missed a major opportunity because I was too busy helping someone move. I looked at my life and thought, how did I get here? The Stoics warn us that if we ignore our own responsibilities, we lose ourselves. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." I had been avoiding my own dreams by drowning myself in other people's problems. It felt easier to fix their lives than to face my own fears. But here's the truth. Self-neglect isn't noble. It's self-sabotage. So I started small. I made time for what mattered to me: writing, learning, working toward my dreams. I learned to politely decline requests that didn't align with my priorities. And guess what? Not only did I start making progress, but people respected me more for it. If you feel lost in the chaos of helping everyone but yourself, it's time to stop. Your dreams deserve your attention. Take control of your life by setting boundaries and putting yourself first, not out of selfishness, but out of self-respect. 4. Perceived weakness. How overgiving undermines your strength. There was a time when I prided myself on being the person everyone could count on. Need a favor? I was your go-to, but over time I noticed something unsettling. People began to take my help for granted. Worse, they started treating me as if I didn't have the strength to stand up for myself. I remember a moment when someone flat out said, "Don't worry, you'll do it. You always do." That hit me like a ton of bricks. My kindness, which I thought would earn respect, was being mistaken for weakness. It wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. The Stoics teach us that true strength comes from self-control and setting boundaries. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." By not saying no, I was giving up my freedom and my power. I decided to change. The next time someone pushed a responsibility onto me, I respectfully declined. At first, they were surprised, even annoyed, but eventually something unexpected happened. They began to respect me. Saying no didn't make me less helpful. It made me someone whose time and energy were valued. Here's the truth. People will treat you the way you teach them to. If you don't set boundaries, you'll be seen as a doormat. But when you stand up for yourself, you command respect. Don't let your kindness be mistaken for weakness. Let it be rooted in strength. 5. Conditional relationships. Recognizing true connections. One day, I looked around and realized that most of the people in my life only showed up when they needed something. At first, I told myself, that's just how people are. But deep down, it stung. Why weren't they there when I needed support? The Stoics teach us to act with wisdom and discernment. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." I realized I needed to be intentional about my relationships, focusing on those who truly valued me for who I was, not what I could do for them. I began to pull back from one-sided friendships. It was hard, I'm not going to lie. But as I let go of people who only took, I made space for deeper, more meaningful connections. I discovered the power of saying, "I can't right now," and it helped me see who truly valued me beyond my favors. Here's the key. Real relationships are about mutual respect and care. If someone only calls when they need something, it's time to reevaluate that connection. Invest your time in people who lift you up, not just those who weigh you down. 6. Attracting opportunists. Guarding your energy. I used to wonder why certain people seemed to gravitate toward me, the ones who always had problems but never solutions. They drained my energy, leaving me emotionally and mentally exhausted. No matter how much I gave, it was never enough. It felt like I was a magnet for negativity. The Stoics have a profound lesson here. We are what we repeatedly do. If you give endlessly without boundaries, you train others to see you as a resource rather than a person. When your energy is low, you attract opportunists, people who take but never give. This realization hit me hard. I had to acknowledge that my overgiving was part of the problem. So I decided to shift my focus. Instead of giving to everyone, I started prioritizing relationships and activities that uplifted me. I began practicing what the Stoics call apatheia, emotional balance, by protecting my energy. It wasn't easy. Some people didn't like the new boundaries. But as I distanced myself from those who drained me, I noticed something incredible. I started attracting people who brought positivity and support into my life. When you elevate your energy, you invite better into your world. Remember, kindness is powerful, but it needs to come from a place of strength. Protect your energy. It's your greatest asset. 7. Risk of addiction. The hidden cost of overgiving. One day, someone close to me said, "You're always helping others, but have you noticed how much you've been relying on that extra drink or those late-night snacks?" At first, I brushed it off, but later it hit me. My overgiving was driving me to unhealthy habits. I was using distractions to cope with burnout. The Stoics warn us about losing control over ourselves. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself. When you give too much and neglect your own needs, you leave a void that unhealthy habits can easily fill." I started paying attention to how I felt after giving too much, tired, frustrated, and sometimes even resentful. To break the cycle, I began setting firm boundaries and prioritizing my own well-being. I replaced unhealthy habits with restorative ones, like journaling or taking long walks. If you're caught in a pattern of overgiving and unhealthy coping, pause, reflect. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to help others. Master your choices, and you'll master your life. 8. Suspicion of motives. Why kindness can be misunderstood. I used to think kindness would always be appreciated, but there were moments when people questioned my intentions. "Why are you doing this?" they'd ask, as if my generosity had some hidden agenda. It was disheartening. The Stoics remind us to focus on our actions, not others' opinions. Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Living with integrity means doing good for its own sake, not for validation or approval. I learned to let go of how others perceived my kindness. I focused on living in alignment with my values, knowing that not everyone would understand or trust my motives. Over time, the right people saw my intentions, and the wrong ones fell away. If you've experienced this, remember, you don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Be kind, but don't let suspicion discourage you. Your actions, grounded in integrity, will speak louder than words. 9. Loss of identity. Forgetting who you are. There was a time in my life when I felt like I was living for everyone else. I was the problem solver, the caregiver, the one who always said, "I'll handle it." Slowly, without even noticing, I started losing touch with who I really was. My dreams, interests, and even my sense of self-worth faded into the background. The Stoics teach us that our identity lies in our ability to live in harmony with our values. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Overgiving can pull you away from the essence of who you are because you're too busy trying to meet others' expectations. I realized that I wasn't just overgiving. I was using it as a way to avoid confronting my own fears and insecurities. By focusing entirely on others, I didn't have to face my inner struggles, but ignoring them only made things worse. I began reclaiming my identity by setting aside time to reflect on what truly mattered to me. I asked myself, what do I stand for? What do I want my life to look like? It wasn't easy, but the more I aligned with my values, the stronger and more confident I became. If you've lost touch with yourself, pause and reconnect. Kindness begins with being kind to yourself. When you know who you are, your kindness will have more purpose and power. 10. Burnout, the ultimate cost of overgiving. I remember one particularly busy month where I said yes to everything, helping a friend move, covering extra shifts at work, and even volunteering at an event. By the end of it, I was completely drained. I had nothing left for myself or anyone else. That's when I realized burnout isn't just physical exhaustion, it's emotional and mental depletion too. The Stoics warn us about the dangers of overextending ourselves. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." When we give too much, we not only exhaust our resources but also carry unnecessary mental burdens. I learned to recognize the signs of burnout: constant fatigue, irritability, and feeling like I was running on empty. To recover, I started practicing the Stoic principle of moderation. I made deliberate choices about where to spend my time and energy, and I gave myself permission to rest. Burnout teaches a valuable lesson. You can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritize your well-being, and you'll find that you have more to give, not less. The key is balance. When you protect yourself from burnout, your acts of kindness will come from a place of abundance, not obligation. Here are 4 strategies to avoid exploitation. 1. Self-awareness. Listen to your emotions. There was a time when I thought I could give endlessly without consequences. I'd feel drained, frustrated, or even resentful after helping someone, but I'd brush it off as normal. What I didn't realize was that these feelings were my mind and body screaming for attention, telling me something wasn't right. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When we ignore our emotions, we lose sight of what we need and allow ourselves to be overrun by others' demands. I started practicing emotional check-ins. Before agreeing to help someone, I asked myself, how do I feel about this? Am I giving because I want to, or because I feel pressured? If the thought of saying yes left me anxious or overwhelmed, I knew it was time to step back. Self-awareness doesn't mean you stop helping others. It means you help in a way that doesn't compromise your well-being. I learned to give from a place of strength, not obligation. By recognizing when I was overextending myself, I could course-correct before reaching burnout. Your emotions are a guide, not a weakness. They reveal when your boundaries are being crossed or when you're neglecting your needs. Listen to them. When you honor your feelings, you protect your energy and ensure that your kindness is sustainable. 2. Say no. The power of boundaries. Saying no used to terrify me. I worried people would see me as selfish or unreliable, so I said yes to everything, even when it stretched me thin. The result? I felt exhausted, unappreciated, and trapped in commitments I didn't want to fulfill. The Stoics remind us that true freedom lies in self-control. Epictetus said, "He who is not master of himself is forever a slave." Learning to say no is an act of mastery. It allows you to protect your time, energy, and priorities. At first, saying no felt awkward. I practiced in front of a mirror, telling myself, no isn't rejection, it's self-respect. When someone asked for more than I could give, I'd respond with empathy but firmness. "I'd love to help, but I can't commit right now." It was liberating. The more I used this magic word, the more I realized its power. People began respecting my boundaries, and I felt lighter and more in control of my life. Saying no isn't about being selfish. It's about ensuring you have the capacity to say yes to what truly matters. Here's the truth. Every time you say no to something misaligned with your priorities, you say yes to yourself. Practice this skill. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Boundaries aren't walls. They're bridges to a healthier, more balanced life. 3. Prioritize personal time. Self-care isn't selfish. I used to think carving out personal time was indulgent. My calendar was packed with tasks for others, and I felt guilty about taking even a moment for myself. But eventually, I hit a breaking point. I realized I couldn't keep giving if I was running on empty. The Stoics understood the value of self-care. Seneca said, "We should take wandering outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing." Time for yourself isn't just a luxury. it's a necessity. I started scheduling me time like any other appointment. Whether it was an hour for exercise, reading a good book, or simply sitting with my thoughts, I treated it as non-negotiable. When someone asked for my help during this time, I respectfully declined or offered to assist later. Protecting this space became my way of honoring my well-being. The benefits were profound. I felt more energized, focused, and present, not just for myself, but for others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was an act of love that allowed me to show up better in every area of my life. If you're struggling to prioritize yourself, start small. Set aside 10 minutes a day for something that brings you joy or peace. As you build this habit, you'll find that personal time isn't a luxury. It's the foundation of your strength. 4. Identify energy vampires. Protect your energy. Have you ever spent time with someone who leaves you feeling completely drained? I used to think I had to help everyone, no matter how much it cost me emotionally. But certain people, energy vampires, took more than I could give and left me feeling empty. The Stoics advise us to choose our relationships wisely. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." Not everyone deserves your time or energy, especially those who take without giving back. I began to identify the energy vampires in my life, the ones who constantly complained, sought attention, or created drama without ever working on their problems. At first, it was hard to distance myself. I felt guilty, as if I was abandoning them. But then I realized I couldn't help them if they weren't willing to help themselves. By stepping back, I freed up emotional space for relationships that uplifted me. I surrounded myself with people who inspired, supported, and challenged me to grow. It wasn't about cutting everyone off. It was about setting boundaries with those who drained me. If someone in your life consistently takes more than they give, it's time to reassess that relationship. Protecting your energy isn't selfish, it's essential. You can't light up the world if someone is constantly dimming your flame. Choose wisely, and you'll thrive. Finding the balance between kindness and self-respect is one of the most empowering journeys you can take. By learning to set boundaries, prioritize your well-being, and protect your energy, you not only safeguard yourself, but also create deeper, more meaningful relationships with those who truly value you. Remember, kindness is most impactful when it comes from a place of strength and self-awareness. If this video resonated with you or gave you a new perspective, let us know in the comments. What signs of overgiving have you noticed in your own life? Which strategy are you most excited to try? Your insights and takeaways might just inspire someone else on their journey. And if you found this content helpful, don't forget to like the video. It helps others discover these life-changing strategies. Subscribe to our channel for more wisdom that empowers you to live with clarity, purpose, and balance. Share this video with someone who might need it. They'll thank you for it. Let's build a community that supports one another in finding harmony between giving and living authentically. Here are 10 powerful Stoic strategies to handle criticism like a master. What if you could turn every criticism into a tool for growth instead of a source of pain? These timeless Stoic principles will show you how to stay calm, confident, and in control no matter what life throws at you. Most people crumble under criticism or lash out defensively, but the Stoics knew better. They turned adversity into an advantage. Imagine hearing harsh words and walking away stronger, not defeated. One of these techniques helped Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, lead with wisdom even under constant scrutiny. Another can help you stay composed during the toughest conversations at work or at home. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand how to handle criticism, but also how to thrive because of it. Whether it's feedback from a boss, a snide remark from a friend, or an online comment that stings, you'll have the tools to respond with grace and grow from every challenge. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before reacting. Criticism can feel like a personal attack, and our initial instinct is often to defend ourselves or retaliate. However, as the Stoics teach, emotions are fleeting and unreliable guides. Taking a moment to pause and reflect can completely shift the way we perceive and respond to criticism. For example, imagine you're presenting a project at work and your manager says, "This isn't what we were expecting." The immediate urge might be to argue, "But I followed your instructions." Instead, take a breath and pause. Say something neutral, like, "I'd love to understand more about what you were expecting." This gives you time to compose yourself and opens the door to constructive dialogue. A similar example comes from Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. Despite facing harsh criticism from the Senate, he was known for his composure. Instead of reacting impulsively, Marcus would listen, reflect, and respond with calmness. His ability to pause allowed him to address concerns thoughtfully, often turning adversaries into allies. In our daily lives, this principle can be applied in personal relationships. If a friend says, "You're always late," the immediate reaction might be defensive. "No, I'm not." But pausing allows us to consider, "Are they right? How can I improve?" This not only diffuses tension, but also demonstrates emotional maturity. Pausing doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. It's the first step in transforming criticism from a source of conflict into an opportunity for growth. By practicing this, we build the habit of responding wisely, not impulsively, a true hallmark of Stoic strength. 2. Distinguish between fact and opinion. Not all criticism is created equal. Some criticisms are rooted in facts and highlight areas for genuine improvement, while others are mere opinions, often shaped by the critic's biases or emotions. A Stoic knows how to separate the two. For instance, imagine a scenario where you're a writer and someone says, "Your grammar is terrible." This might sting, but it's worth pausing to evaluate. If a specific grammatical mistake is pointed out, it's a factual criticism and an opportunity to improve your skills. On the other hand, if someone says, "I hate your writing style," it's purely subjective. Writing style is personal, and not everyone will resonate with it. A real-life example can be seen in customer service. A barista might receive a complaint like, "This coffee is too bitter." Instead of taking it personally, the barista can evaluate, is the coffee truly bitter due to an error in preparation, a fact, or is the customer expressing a personal taste preference, an opinion? Distinguishing between the two helps the barista either improve or simply accept that not everyone will be satisfied. Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on this distinction in his meditations. He reminded himself that many criticisms are opinions, not universal truths, and that others' judgments often reveal more about them than about him. In our own lives, understanding this difference can bring peace. If someone criticizes your appearance by saying, "You look tired," ask yourself, is this based on observable facts, like lack of sleep, or just their perception? Address facts where necessary, but let opinions roll off like water on a duck's back. This clarity keeps your mind focused on growth and shields you from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 3. Embrace criticism as feedback. Criticism, especially when delivered constructively, is one of the most valuable tools for personal growth. However, embracing it requires a shift in mindset, seeing criticism not as an attack but as feedback meant to help us improve. Take the example of Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. He faced relentless criticism for his repeated failures, with people saying he was wasting his time. Instead of letting their words discourage him, Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." By viewing criticism as feedback, he used it to refine his approach, ultimately achieving one of the greatest inventions in history. In a modern workplace setting, consider a scenario where your manager reviews your report and says, "This section isn't clear." Instead of feeling offended, ask, "Can you help me understand which parts are unclear and how I can improve them?" This response not only shows your willingness to grow, but also turns the criticism into actionable insights. A personal example could involve fitness. Imagine your trainer says, "Your form during squats is off." It might feel like a blow to your ego, but instead of reacting defensively, ask for guidance. What can I adjust to improve? This openness leads to better results and shows humility, a key Stoic virtue. The Stoics believed in constantly seeking self-improvement. Epictetus taught that we should welcome feedback, even from those who are harsh or rude, as it reveals areas where we can grow stronger. By embracing criticism as feedback, you shift from a defensive mindset to a proactive one, transforming potentially painful moments into opportunities for growth and excellence. This perspective empowers you to continually refine yourself, becoming the best version of who you can be. 4. Remember your inner fortress. Criticism can shake us if we allow it to. However, the Stoics believed in cultivating an inner fortress, a secure sense of self-worth built on virtues, not external opinions. This mindset helps us weather any storm of negativity with grace and confidence. Consider the story of Eleanor Roosevelt. As First Lady, she faced relentless public criticism, often regarding her unconventional views and advocacy. Yet she famously said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Her unshakable inner confidence allowed her to continue her work undeterred, focusing on her values rather than seeking approval from others. A more everyday example might involve social media. Imagine posting a photo or opinion online and receiving a harsh comment like, "This is stupid." Instead of internalizing it, remind yourself, "My worth isn't defined by this person's opinion." Think about why you posted it in the first place. Perhaps to share something meaningful or to connect with others. Your intention is what matters, not the fleeting judgment of a stranger. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of staying true to one's inner self. In his meditations he wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own." This reminder to value your judgment over external criticism is central to Stoic resilience. To build your inner fortress, focus on your values, integrity and growth. If you know you're acting with virtue and striving to improve, external criticism loses its power. Like a castle standing tall against the winds, your sense of self will remain steadfast, enabling you to navigate criticism without losing your balance. This inner strength turns critiques into passing breezes, not earthquakes. 5. Seek the kernel of truth. Criticism, even when harsh or poorly delivered, often carries a nugget of truth that can help you grow if you're willing to look for it. The Stoics believed in self-awareness and the courage to confront our flaws. By seeking the kernel of truth in criticism, we turn it into a mirror for self-improvement. For example, consider a scenario where a colleague says, "You're always late to meetings." The word "always" might be an exaggeration, and the tone might feel accusatory. But is there truth in the statement? Reflect honestly. Have I been late recently? If so, why? If the answer is yes, the criticism points to an area for improvement, punctuality, regardless of how it was delivered. A historical example is Abraham Lincoln. Early in his political career, he was often criticized for being indecisive and inexperienced. Instead of dismissing these critiques, he examined them carefully, identifying areas where he lacked knowledge and taking deliberate steps to educate himself. Over time, this humility and openness to feedback made him one of the most respected leaders in history. In personal relationships, a partner might say, "You don't listen to me." While it might feel unfair, asking yourself, "Is there some truth to this?" could reveal moments where you were distracted or dismissive. Acknowledging this truth allows you to work on being more present and attentive. Epictetus encouraged his students to be grateful for honest feedback, even if it stung. He believed that recognizing and addressing our weaknesses is the path to virtue. Seeking the truth in criticism, even when it's unpleasant, shows strength and wisdom. By doing so, you transform critiques into stepping stones for growth, making even your harshest critics unintentional allies in your self-improvement journey. 6. Don't take it personally. One of the most liberating Stoic principles is recognizing that criticism often says more about the critic than the criticized. By not taking things personally, you free yourself from the emotional weight of others' opinions and maintain clarity in your response. Imagine a scenario at work where a teammate says, "Your idea will never work. It's too risky." It's easy to feel insulted, but consider the critic's perspective. Their reaction may stem from their own fear of risk or past failures, not the merit of your idea. Instead of internalizing their judgment, focus on the facts and move forward confidently. A historical example is Mahatma Gandhi. As a leader advocating for nonviolent resistance, he faced ridicule and harsh criticism from both supporters and opponents. Yet, Gandhi famously said, "Nobody can hurt me without my permission." He understood that their words reflected their struggles, not his purpose. This mindset helped him remain focused on his mission despite the noise. In personal relationships, a loved one might say something hurtful like, "You're always so selfish." While it feels deeply personal, pausing to consider their emotional state can help you see that their words might stem from frustration or misunderstanding rather than a true reflection of your character. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When someone criticizes or wrongs you, remember that they act from their own principles, not yours." Recognizing this frees you from reacting defensively and keeps your emotions grounded. By not taking criticism personally, you build a shield of perspective. You gain the power to evaluate words objectively, discerning what is useful and letting go of what is not. This practice protects your peace of mind and ensures you stay true to your values, unaffected by fleeting judgments. Respond with dignity. The Stoics emphasized that how we respond to criticism defines our character more than the criticism itself. Choosing to respond with dignity, calmly and respectfully reflects emotional maturity and strength, disarming negativity and fostering constructive dialogue. Imagine receiving a harsh critique during a meeting. Your plan is completely unrealistic. The immediate temptation might be to defend yourself or fire back, but responding with dignity might look like this. I appreciate your feedback. Could you share specific concerns so we can address them? This approach maintains professionalism, keeps emotions in check, and turns a potentially hostile exchange into a productive conversation. Consider the example of Michelle Obama. As First Lady, she faced severe criticism and even personal attacks. Instead of lashing out, she consistently responded with grace, saying, "When they go low, we go high." Her dignified responses earned her widespread respect and made her a role model for handling adversity. In everyday life, suppose a friend says, "You've changed. You're not the same person anymore." A defensive reaction could escalate the situation, but a dignified response might be, "I'm sorry you feel that way. Can you help me understand what's changed from your perspective?" This not only diffuses tension, but also shows you value the relationship enough to seek clarity. Epictetus advised, "Keep your dignity and composure under all circumstances." Responding with dignity doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means channeling them constructively. When you respond with dignity, you show others and yourself that you are in control of your actions and emotions. Criticism then becomes a test of character rather than a source of conflict. This Stoic approach ensures you remain grounded and graceful, regardless of the circumstances. 8. Let go of what you can't control. The Stoics emphasized focusing on what lies within your control and letting go of what doesn't. When it comes to criticism, this principle is invaluable. You can't control others' opinions or how they express them, but you can control how you interpret and respond to their words. For example, imagine you're an artist who recently displayed your work at an exhibition. A visitor remarks, "This piece feels meaningless to me." You could spend hours agonizing over their comment, questioning your talent, or you could remind yourself, their reaction is beyond your control. Your responsibility is to create art that's meaningful to you, not to please everyone. A powerful historical example is Socrates. Known for his unorthodox ideas, he was frequently criticized and mocked in public. Socrates remained unshaken, famously saying, "I am not disturbed that others have different opinions of me. I am only concerned that I not lose my own self-respect." He focused solely on living virtuously, letting go of others' judgments. In everyday scenarios, consider receiving unsolicited advice like, "You should change careers. This isn't going anywhere." While such comments might sting, remind yourself, you can't control their opinions or motivations. What you can control is evaluating whether the advice aligns with your goals and values. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." When you let go of the need to control external perceptions, you gain freedom and peace of mind. By focusing on your own actions and mindset, criticism loses its power to destabilize you. This shift allows you to prioritize your growth and integrity, transforming criticism into background noise rather than a source of anxiety. Surround yourself with wise advisors. Criticism from the wrong sources can be demoralizing or unhelpful. That's why the Stoics valued the company of wise and virtuous individuals whose feedback is grounded in truth and a genuine desire to help you grow. Surrounding yourself with people you trust ensures the criticism you receive is constructive and valuable. For instance, think about professional athletes. A tennis player might receive criticism from thousands of fans and commentators, but they'll turn to their coach for actionable feedback. The coach's insights are rooted in expertise and tailored to the athlete's improvement, making them infinitely more valuable than random opinions. A historical example is Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Despite being surrounded by sycophants, he sought the counsel of trusted advisors who would challenge him constructively rather than flatter him. His ability to invite and embrace honest feedback from the right people contributed to his reputation as a wise and just leader. In your personal life, imagine a situation where you're criticized by a colleague who barely knows you. Their comment may feel unfair or uninformed. Instead of dwelling on it, consult a mentor or a trusted friend. Here's the feedback I received. What's your perspective? Their guidance, grounded in their understanding of your character and abilities, is far more meaningful. Epictetus advised, "Seek the company of those who make you better." When you surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your growth, their feedback becomes a tool for improvement, not a weapon for harm. By prioritizing the wisdom of trusted advisors over the noise of general criticism, you gain clarity and direction. These relationships become a safeguard, ensuring the criticism you act on is relevant, fair, and beneficial, allowing you to grow with confidence and focus. 10. Practice gratitude for the challenge. The Stoics believed that every adversity, including criticism, is an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. Instead of resenting criticism, they encouraged embracing it with gratitude as a tool for self-improvement. Consider the example of a young chef presenting their signature dish to a renowned critic who responds, "This lacks depth and balance." While the words sting, the chef can choose to feel offended or view this as a valuable lesson. By reflecting on the critique and applying it to their craft, the chef improves and elevates their skills. The critic's harsh feedback becomes a catalyst for greatness. Another powerful example is J.K. Rowling, who faced multiple rejections before finding a publisher for Harry Potter. The criticism she received from publishers could have discouraged her, but instead, she saw it as part of her journey. She was grateful for the chance to refine her work and persisted until she achieved extraordinary success. In daily life, criticism might come from a partner saying, "You never listen to me." While it's easy to react defensively, consider practicing gratitude. "I'm thankful they care enough to tell me how they feel." This mindset shifts the focus from personal hurt to an opportunity to improve communication and strengthen the relationship. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be grateful for everything that happens. It's meant for your benefit." Even when criticism feels unjust or harsh, it's a chance to practice patience, humility, and resilience. Gratitude turns moments of discomfort into opportunities for growth. By welcoming criticism as a challenge, you develop a mindset of continuous improvement. Gratitude transforms negativity into constructive energy, helping you rise above obstacles and emerge stronger, wiser, and more self-aware. This approach reflects true Stoic mastery and ensures that no critique is ever wasted. Handling criticism is never easy, but by applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can turn every critique into a chance to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Remember, it's not the criticism itself, but how you respond, that defines you. Whether it's pausing before reacting, seeking the truth in feedback, or practicing gratitude for the challenge, these tools can transform negativity into personal growth. If you found value in these ideas, make sure to like this video to support the channel and help others discover it. Don't forget to subscribe for more timeless wisdom and practical strategies for living a better life. I'd love to hear from you. What's the most impactful takeaway for you? How have you handled criticism in your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could inspire others on their journey. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise and resilient.
Have you ever felt trapped in the shadows of your own mind, struggling to find a way out of the darkness of depression? What if you could draw strength and wisdom from one of history's greatest philosophers to overcome this battle? Welcome to Wiser, your source of timeless insights for modern challenges. Today, we're diving deep into the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, to uncover how his profound wisdom can help you navigate and overcome depression. In this video, we'll explore the practical and powerful strategies Marcus Aurelius used to maintain his mental resilience amidst the pressures of ruling an empire. We'll show you how to apply these timeless principles to your own life, helping you find clarity, inner peace, and the strength to rise above your struggles. Join us on this transformative journey, and let's discover how the ancient wisdom of Marcus Aurelius can illuminate your path to overcoming depression. Are you ready to harness the power of Stoic philosophy to regain control of your mental well-being? Let's dive in. 1. Seeking help. Asking for help. When needed. Recognizing the need for assistance and actively seeking it out is not a sign of weakness, but rather a demonstration of wisdom and strength. Even the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius, despite his immense wisdom and power, believed in the importance of seeking help. In his meditations, he often reflected on the guidance he received from others and how it shaped his thoughts and actions. Consider a modern example. Jane, a successful professional, found herself overwhelmed by the demands of her job and personal life. Despite her achievements, she felt isolated and stressed. Recognizing her limits, she decided to consult a mentor and a therapist. These professionals provided her with strategies to manage her workload and emotional well-being. Jane's willingness to seek help transformed her approach to challenges, enabling her to maintain her performance while achieving a healthier work-life balance. By asking for help, we tap into a wealth of knowledge and experience beyond our own. It allows us to gain new perspectives and solutions that we might not have considered. This approach fosters resilience and growth as we learn from the insights and support of those around us. Embracing the act of seeking help can thus lead to profound personal development and improved mental health. 2. Self-improvement and growth, continuous learning and adaptation. Continuous self-improvement and growth are essential for transforming adversity into opportunities for development. This principle aligns with the teachings of Stoic philosophers, who emphasize the importance of learning from every experience. For instance, Seneca advised his readers to welcome challenges as opportunities to practice virtue. Take John, an entrepreneur who faced numerous setbacks in his career. Instead of viewing these obstacles as failures, John saw them as lessons. When his first startup failed, he analyzed what went wrong and enrolled in business management courses to enhance his skills. This dedication to learning and growth helped him launch a successful second venture. By viewing adversity as a catalyst for self-improvement, John turned potential setbacks into stepping stones for success. Self-improvement isn't limited to professional skills. Personal growth, such as developing better communication or emotional intelligence, can also enrich one's life. For example, learning to manage stress through mindfulness or improving relationships through empathetic communication can lead to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Embracing continuous learning ensures that we are always evolving, better equipped to face life's challenges with confidence and resilience. 3. Service and compassion. Shifting focus from self to others. Helping others not only benefits those in need, but also significantly alleviates our own struggles. Shifting our focus from self-centered concerns to acts of service and compassion can provide a sense of purpose and connection. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of contributing to the common good as a fundamental duty. Consider Emma, who struggled with feelings of loneliness and depression. She decided to volunteer at a local shelter, offering her time and skills to help others. Through this act of service, Emma found a renewed sense of purpose. The gratitude and connections she formed with the people she helped brought her joy and significantly improved her mental health. By focusing on the needs of others, Emma alleviated her own emotional burdens and found fulfillment. Service can take many forms, from volunteering to simply being there for a friend in need. Acts of kindness, no matter how small, can create ripples of positivity that enhance both our lives and the lives of those we touch. By cultivating a mindset of compassion and service, we can overcome personal challenges and contribute to a more connected and supportive community. 4. Acceptance and perspective. Embracing life's imperfections. Recognizing and accepting life's challenges and imperfections is crucial for preventing disappointment and fostering resilience. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, emphasized that our perceptions shape our experiences. Imagine Sarah, who faced an unexpected job loss. Instead of succumbing to despair, she chose to view the situation as an opportunity to pursue a new career path she was passionate about. By accepting the reality of her circumstances and shifting her perspective, Sarah was able to navigate this difficult period with resilience and optimism. This acceptance allowed her to transform a seemingly negative experience into a positive turning point in her life. Acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation. It's about acknowledging reality and taking proactive steps within our control. For instance, if we encounter a traffic jam, instead of getting frustrated, we can use the time to listen to an informative podcast or practice deep breathing. This shift in perspective can turn a potentially stressful situation into a productive or relaxing one. 5. Duty and purpose. Finding fulfillment in contributions. Fulfilling one's duties and contributing to the common good helps shift focus from personal woes to a larger purpose. This Stoic principle underscores the importance of aligning our actions with our values and responsibilities. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the fulfillment derived from performing one's role in society with integrity and dedication. Consider David, a teacher who found meaning in his work by focusing on the impact he had on his students' lives. Despite facing numerous challenges, such as long hours and limited resources, David's sense of duty and purpose motivated him to persevere. By dedicating himself to his students' growth and success, he found profound satisfaction and resilience in his role. When we align our actions with a sense of duty and purpose, we cultivate a deeper connection to our work and community. This perspective helps us navigate personal struggles by reminding us that our contributions matter. Whether through professional responsibilities, family roles, or community involvement, finding purpose in our duties can provide a powerful source of motivation and fulfillment. 6. Practical exercises, tools for maintaining perspective. Journaling and reflecting on one's thoughts are effective tools for maintaining perspective and coping with difficulties. Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius often used writing as a means to clarify their thoughts and reinforce their principles. Emily, for example, began a daily journaling practice to manage her anxiety. Each night, she would reflect on her day, noting her achievements, challenges, and what she learned. This practice helped her identify patterns in her thinking and behavior, allowing her to address negative thoughts more constructively. Over time, journaling became a therapeutic tool that provided Emily with clarity and a sense of control over her emotions. In addition to journaling, other practical exercises like mindfulness meditation, gratitude lists, and setting daily intentions can enhance mental resilience. These practices help ground us in the present moment and reinforce positive thinking patterns. By regularly engaging in these exercises, we can develop a more balanced and resilient mindset, better equipped to handle life's challenges. 7. Inner strength. Finding happiness within. Happiness is found within, and external circumstances shouldn't dictate one's inner state. This Stoic belief emphasizes that true contentment comes from within, rather than from external achievements or possessions. Take Anna, who initially sought happiness through material success. Despite achieving her career goals and acquiring wealth, she felt unfulfilled. Realizing this, Anna began exploring mindfulness and self-reflection. She discovered that true happiness stemmed from inner peace and self-acceptance. By focusing on her inner state rather than external validation, Anna cultivated a lasting sense of contentment. Developing inner strength involves recognizing that we have control over our attitudes and reactions. By practicing self-awareness and self-compassion, we can find happiness regardless of our external circumstances. This inner resilience allows us to navigate life's ups and downs with a stable and positive outlook. 8. Emotional regulation, maintaining a stable mental state. Regulating emotions through rational thinking and self-control is key to maintaining a stable and positive mental state. Stoic philosophy teaches that our thoughts, not external events, shape our emotions. By managing our thoughts, we can maintain emotional equilibrium. For instance, Alex faced a stressful situation at work when a major project went wrong. Instead of reacting impulsively, he took a step back to analyze the situation rationally. He identified the aspects he could control and developed a plan to address them. By focusing on rational solutions rather than succumbing to panic, Alex managed to resolve the issue effectively and maintain his composure. Practicing emotional regulation involves techniques such as cognitive reframing, deep breathing, and mindfulness. These methods help us pause and assess our reactions, allowing us to respond calmly and constructively. By developing these skills, we can enhance our emotional resilience and handle stress more effectively. 9. Gratitude and contentment, embracing simple pleasures. Cultivating gratitude for what one has and finding contentment in simple pleasures combats feelings of inadequacy and dissatisfaction. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus emphasize the importance of appreciating what we have rather than constantly seeking more. Maria, for example, found herself constantly comparing her life to others on social media, which led to feelings of inadequacy. To counter this, she started a gratitude journal, listing 3 things she was thankful for each day. This practice shifted her focus from what she lacked to what she already had. Over time, Maria developed a deeper appreciation for the simple pleasures in her life, such as spending time with loved ones and enjoying nature. Gratitude practices can significantly improve our mental well-being by fostering a sense of contentment and reducing negative comparisons. By regularly reflecting on the positive aspects of our lives, we can cultivate a more positive and fulfilling outlook. 10. Resilience and endurance. Overcoming life's challenges. Building mental and emotional resilience helps endure and overcome life's challenges with strength and dignity. Stoic philosophy teaches that resilience is developed through facing adversity and learning from it. Consider Jack, who experienced a significant personal loss. Instead of allowing grief to overwhelm him, he sought ways to honor his loved one's memory and find meaning in his experience. He joined a support group, which provided him with a community and coping strategies. Through this process, Jack developed a profound resilience that enabled him to navigate his grief with strength and grace. Developing resilience involves embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. Practices such as setting realistic goals, maintaining a support network, and practicing self-care can enhance our ability to cope with difficulties. By building resilience, we can face life's inevitable challenges with a sense of strength and purpose. 11. Mindfulness and presence, reducing anxiety and depression. Being present in the moment and focusing on the task at hand reduces anxiety and depression. Mindfulness, a practice rooted in Stoic principles, encourages us to fully engage with our current experience rather than dwelling on past regrets or future worries. Lisa, for instance, struggled with anxiety that often left her feeling overwhelmed. She decided to incorporate mindfulness into her daily routine, starting with simple breathing exercises and mindful walking. By paying attention to her breath and the sensations around her, Lisa found that her anxiety levels decreased. She became more focused and present in her activities, which significantly improved her overall well-being. Mindfulness practices such as meditation, mindful eating, and body scan exercises can help us stay grounded and reduce mental clutter. By cultivating mindfulness, we can develop a greater sense of calm and clarity, enhancing our ability to cope with stress and enjoy the present moment. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of how to overcome depression through the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. By applying the principles of Stoic philosophy, you can find strength and clarity even in the darkest moments. Remember, overcoming depression is a journey, not a destination. Embrace the practices we've discussed, reflecting on your thoughts, focusing on what you can control, and finding purpose in each day. These strategies can help you build resilience and cultivate inner peace, just as they did for Marcus Aurelius. If you found this video helpful, please like, share, and subscribe to Wiser for more insights on living a fulfilled and resilient life. And if you have any thoughts or experiences to share, leave a comment below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay strong, stay wise, and remember, the power to overcome your challenges lies within you. Until next time, take care and keep growing.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is being totally fake with you. Have you ever felt like someone's kind words or friendly gestures weren't what they seemed? Like there was something beneath the surface, an agenda you couldn't quite put your finger on. These moments can be unsettling and leave you doubting not just them, but even yourself. Imagine confiding in a friend during your darkest hour, only to find out they were nowhere to be found when you needed them most. Or realizing someone who seems genuinely interested in your success is secretly envious and undermining you behind your back. These subtle betrayals can erode trust and emotional stability, pulling you into a spiral of doubt and frustration. But what if you could spot the signs of insincerity before they cause damage? In this video, we'll uncover 10 glaring signs someone is being totally fake with you, signs that are often hidden in plain sight. More importantly, we'll explore how you can apply Stoic wisdom to protect your peace of mind and navigate these tricky relationships with strength and clarity. Whether it's a friend, a colleague, or even a family member, you'll learn how to see through their mask, regain control, and maintain your inner calm. Stick around, because these lessons might just transform the way you approach every relationship in your life. 1. They're never there when you need them. I remember a time when I truly believed that a particular friend would always have my back. We had shared so many good times, and I thought those moments built a bond strong enough to weather any storm. But then life threw a curveball. I was facing immense pressure at work, feeling utterly exhausted and emotionally drained. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could listen and just be there. Naturally, I turned to this friend. I called, hoping for some comfort, but instead I got excuses. "I'm too busy right now," or "I'll call you back later." That call never came. At first, I felt betrayed and deeply hurt. It was like a mirror reflecting back all the times I had rushed to their side, ready to support them without hesitation. I thought to myself, how could someone who claims to care about me vanish when I need them the most? Slowly, the realization dawned on me. This relationship wasn't as mutual as I'd believed. My giving nature was being taken for granted, and their absence during my struggles revealed the imbalance. That's when I turned to Stoic wisdom for guidance. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to not place our hopes in things beyond our control. This includes the actions and choices of others. It hit me. I was putting too much emotional weight on someone else's presence, when in truth, the only constant I could rely on was myself. Instead of dwelling on the hurt, I chose to see this as a valuable lesson. People who aren't there for you during tough times are not necessarily malicious. They might just lack the capacity or willingness to meet you on the same emotional plane. But it's not my job to change them. My responsibility lies in protecting my peace and adjusting my expectations. Now, I approach friendships with more clarity. I don't shut people out entirely, but I do maintain a healthy distance with those who've shown me their limits. I cherish the friends who show up when it matters, but I no longer feel crushed when others don't. Stoicism has taught me that my inner strength is my best defense against disappointment. Instead of leaning too heavily on others, I've learned to stand tall on my own, appreciating those who walk beside me without expecting them to carry my burdens. This mindset shift didn't happen overnight, and it hasn't been easy. There are still moments when I feel the sting of unmet expectations, but when those feelings arise, I remind myself of Epictetus's words. "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." These words give me the strength to navigate relationships with a calm heart and a steady mind. By recognizing that not everyone is meant to stay during life's storms, I've made room for more meaningful connections. The relationships I value most now are the ones built on mutual respect, trust, and presence, especially when it counts. 2. They never reach out first. For the longest time, I was the kind of person who believed in making the effort to keep relationships alive. If someone mattered to me, I didn't hesitate to call, send a message, or plan a meetup. But over time, I noticed a pattern. I was always the one initiating. Whether it was a simple, "How are you doing?" or planning a coffee date, the effort was always coming from my side. It made me wonder, if I stopped reaching out, would they even notice my absence? One day, I decided to test it. I stopped calling, texting, or arranging plans with a particular friend I thought was close to me. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. To my surprise, and if I'm honest, my disappointment, I didn't hear from them. Not a single message or call. At first, it hurt. I kept thinking, was I that insignificant to them? Did our friendship mean so little? But then I realized this wasn't about my worth. It was about their priorities. This is where Stoic wisdom came to my rescue. Epictetus teaches us that we shouldn't expect others to act in ways that align with our desires. Instead, we should focus on our own actions and what we can control. I had been clinging to the expectation that my effort would be reciprocated, but that expectation was setting me up for disappointment. It was a harsh truth to face, but it was also liberating. By stepping back, I learned to observe relationships more objectively. If someone genuinely cares, they'll make the effort. It may not always look the same as my effort, but the intention will be there. And if it's not, that's a sign that the relationship may not be as balanced as I thought. This doesn't mean I cut ties or hold grudges. Stoicism encourages us to approach life with equanimity, recognizing that people act according to their own nature. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I began to shift my energy toward people who valued my presence without needing constant reminders. One particular instance stands out. A friend I had stopped reaching out to eventually did notice my absence, but it took over a year. When they finally called, their words were polite, but lacked the warmth of someone who genuinely missed me. That call confirmed what I had suspected. I was more of a convenience than a priority in their life. It was a bittersweet moment, but it reinforced the importance of focusing on relationships with mutual effort and care. These days, I make a conscious effort to invest in people who show up without needing a nudge. I've found that by lowering my expectations and observing how others act without my prompting, I can identify the connections that truly matter. And when I feel the pang of disappointment creeping in, I remind myself of Marcus Aurelius' wisdom. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This strength has helped me find peace in letting go of unbalanced relationships and cherishing the ones that thrive on mutual respect. 3. They only focus on themselves. Have you ever been in a conversation where you felt invisible? Where no matter how much you tried to share about your life, the discussion always circled back to the other person? I've experienced this more times than I'd like to admit. There was a friend of mine who seemed incapable of talking about anything other than their own life. Their stories were endless, about their job, their vacations, their problems, and every time I tried to interject, to share something about myself, it was like my words were lost in the noise. At first, I told myself they were just going through a rough time and needed someone to listen. But the pattern continued. Even when I brought up something meaningful to me, a struggle, a success, or even just a funny anecdote, they'd barely acknowledge it before redirecting the focus back to themselves. It felt draining, like I was merely an audience to their one-person show. This left me questioning the friendship. Was this person truly my friend, Or was I just someone they used for validation and attention? Stoic wisdom provided me with clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to live in harmony with nature, ours and others. People who dominate conversations and dismiss others' needs are often acting out of their own insecurities. Recognizing this, I stopped taking their behavior personally. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I used this realization to reevaluate the relationship. Epictetus teaches us that we should not expect others to be what we want them to be. We can only decide how we respond to their actions. I chose to set boundaries and stop overextending myself in this friendship. I started to shift my energy toward people who valued mutual sharing, where both of us felt heard and supported. Over time, I found a balance. I still interact with this friend, but I no longer expect deep, meaningful reciprocity. I save my vulnerable moments and important conversations for people who truly listen and care. The most transformative part of this process was the self-awareness I gained. I began to ask myself, am I showing up for others in the way I wish they'd show up for me? That introspection allowed me to improve not only my relationships, but also the way I connect with others. The truth is, we can't control how others behave, but we can control who we allow into our inner circle. By applying Stoic principles, I've learned to embrace relationships where listening and sharing are mutual acts of care. For those who can't meet me halfway, I've learned to let go with grace. As Seneca says, associate with people who are likely to improve you. This simple advice has helped me focus on nurturing connections that leave me feeling fulfilled and seen, rather than drained and disregarded. 4. They forget what you share. I'll never forget the time I excitedly shared a big milestone with a friend. I had just enrolled in a course I'd been dreaming about for years, and over coffee I poured my heart out, talking about my goals and what this meant for me. My friend smiled and nodded as I spoke, and I walked away from that conversation feeling like they genuinely cared. But the next time we met, it was as if that conversation had never happened. They didn't ask about the course, didn't follow up on my progress, and when I brought it up, I got a blank look. It hit me hard. How could something so important to me be so forgettable to someone I considered close? At first, I felt undervalued. I thought, if they truly cared about me, they'd remember. But Stoic philosophy helped me see this situation differently. Epictetus teaches us not to place our happiness in the actions of others. Their forgetfulness wasn't a reflection of my worth. It was a reflection of where I stood in their life. This realization shifted my perspective from one of hurt to one of clarity. I began to notice a pattern. The people who truly cared didn't just listen. They remembered. They'd bring up things I'd mentioned weeks ago, even small details, like a trip I was planning or a book I wanted to read. Their attentiveness showed me that I mattered to them, not just in the moment, but in an ongoing way. On the other hand, those who forgot my stories, goals, or struggles often had their own priorities that overshadowed any real interest in me. I don't hold it against them. It's not my place to demand someone's attention. But I've learned to adjust my expectations accordingly. Stoicism teaches us to approach such situations with equanimity, understanding that not everyone will value us in the way we hope. Since then, I've become more intentional about whom I open up to. I save my vulnerable moments for people who listen with their hearts, not just their ears. And for those who don't, I've learned to let go of the need for validation. As Marcus Aurelius advises, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Instead of being dismissive or distant in return, I choose to live with integrity, being the kind of listener I wish others would be. Now, when I reflect on that forgotten conversation, I don't feel hurt anymore. It was a valuable lesson, one that helped me prioritize relationships that are truly meaningful. Life is too short to invest deeply in connections that lack depth. By focusing on those who genuinely care, I've built a circle of friends who enrich my life and make me feel seen. And for the others, I treat them with kindness, but keep my expectations low. That balance has brought me a sense of peace and clarity I didn't have before. 5. They always want something from you. I once had a friend who seemed genuinely interested in my life, or so I thought. They would ask about my work, my goals, even my struggles, and for a while I felt valued and understood. But over time, I started noticing a pattern. Their interest wasn't rooted in care or curiosity. It was transactional. Every conversation eventually led to a request, a favor, advice, or help with something they needed. At first, I brushed it off. They probably just need a hand, I told myself. But the requests kept coming, and when I needed support, they were nowhere to be found. Once, when I was facing a tough financial situation, I hesitated, but finally reached out for a small loan. This same friend who had borrowed from me multiple times without hesitation suddenly had excuses. "I'm short on cash," or "let me get back to you." I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. It became clear that our relationship was one-sided. That's when Stoic wisdom gave me clarity. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to understand others' motives without anger or judgment. People often act in ways that serve their own needs, but it's up to us to recognize these patterns and protect our peace. I realized that this friend wasn't necessarily malicious. They simply prioritized what they could gain over genuine connection. Instead of confronting them or harboring resentment, I quietly adjusted my boundaries. I stopped going out of my way to fulfill their requests, redirecting my energy to relationships that felt balanced and reciprocal. This wasn't easy. I cared about this friend and wanted to believe they could change. But as Epictetus reminds us, it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. Their actions were a reflection of who they were, not a reflection of my worth. Over time, I began to value the freedom that came with setting boundaries. I no longer felt drained or exploited because I stopped overextending myself. And when I did give, it was out of genuine care, not obligation or hope for reciprocation. Stoicism taught me the power of selective giving, to offer help to those who truly appreciate it and return it when they can. This shift in perspective has transformed the way I approach relationships. I no longer feel bitter about the friends who only take. I simply see them for who they are. As Seneca advises, withdraw into yourself as much as you can. Associate with those who make you a better person. Instead of cutting ties completely, I keep such individuals at a respectful distance, engaging with them only when it feels right for me. Now, I focus on relationships built on mutual respect and support. When someone genuinely needs help, I offer it freely, knowing it comes from a place of strength, not expectation. And for those who are only in it for themselves, I let them be, preserving my peace and energy for those who truly matter. This approach has brought more balance and fulfillment into my life. 6. They talk behind your back. I'll never forget the sinking feeling I got when I found out a close colleague had been speaking negatively about me behind my back. At first, I dismissed the rumors, thinking they must have misunderstood. But as the subtle comments and awkward interactions piled up, I realized the truth. This was someone I trusted, someone I had confided in during stressful times, yet they had chosen to use my vulnerabilities as fodder for gossip. The betrayal stung. My initial reaction was anger and a strong urge to confront them. How could they do this to me, I thought. But before acting impulsively, I turned to Stoic teachings. Marcus Aurelius writes, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Their actions were beyond my control, but how I responded was entirely up to me. Instead of confronting them in anger, I chose to distance myself calmly. I reminded myself that their words didn't define me. They reflected their own insecurities and need for validation. Epictetus teaches us that we should only concern ourselves with things within our sphere of control. What they said about me, or how others perceived me because of it, wasn't my responsibility. My focus needed to be on staying true to my values and maintaining my inner peace. To protect myself emotionally, I began limiting the personal information I shared with this person and others like them. I realized that not everyone deserves to hear your struggles or your triumphs. Stoicism emphasizes prudence, being careful about whom we allow into our inner circle. The most profound lesson came from Marcus Aurelius. When someone wrongs you, ask yourself what made them do it. Once you understand their motives, you'll feel compassion rather than anger. While I didn't excuse their behavior, I recognized it likely stemmed from their own fears, jealousy, or desire to fit in. This understanding softened my resentment and allowed me to move forward without bitterness. Now, when I hear gossip or sense betrayal, I respond differently. Instead of letting it consume me, I see it as noise, irrelevant to my sense of self-worth. Stoicism has taught me to focus on what truly matters: my own actions, values, and integrity. By refusing to let others' negativity dictate my emotions, I've found a sense of strength and resilience that gossip can't touch. In the end, I realized that betrayal can also be a gift. It reveals who truly belongs in your life and who doesn't. It taught me to cultivate relationships with those who uplift and respect me, while letting go of those who don't. Now, I walk through life with a clearer understanding of who I can trust and an unwavering commitment to my peace of mind. Stoicism has helped me see that no matter what someone says about me, their words don't change my character. Only my reaction to them has that power. 7. They act differently with different people. There was a time when I deeply admired a friend for their charisma. They could effortlessly adapt to any social situation, blending in with different groups of people. At first, I thought it was a sign of their social intelligence. But the more I observed, the more I noticed inconsistencies in their behavior. With me, they were warm and supportive, but in the presence of more influential or successful people, they became someone else entirely, more attentive, more engaged, and far less genuine toward me. It felt unsettling. I started to wonder, is this person truly my friend, or am I just convenient for them in certain settings? The final straw came during a group dinner when I needed their support in a discussion, but they sided with others to gain favor, leaving me feeling betrayed. It was then I realized their behavior wasn't about building relationships. It was about self-interest. In moments like these, Stoic wisdom provides clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. Instead of dwelling on their actions, I turned inward and reflected on my own values. Did I want to surround myself with people who shifted their loyalty and integrity based on who was watching? Or did I want to cultivate relationships with those who were steady, authentic, and consistent? I began to understand that people who act differently with different groups often lack a strong internal compass. They are driven by external validation, seeking to impress others rather than living in harmony with their true nature. While I couldn't change this person, I could decide how much space they occupied in my life. Epictetus teaches us to observe without judgment and act without attachment. I didn't cut ties with this friend entirely, but I adjusted my expectations. I stopped looking to them for support or loyalty, and instead kept our interactions light and surface level. This allowed me to maintain peace without feeling hurt by their actions. At the same time, I started paying closer attention to the people who treated me consistently, regardless of who was around. These were the friends who valued me for who I was, not for what I could offer or who I could connect them to. I made a conscious effort to invest more time and energy into these relationships, which brought me a sense of fulfillment and security. Now, when I encounter people who shift their behavior to suit their audience, I don't take it personally. I see it as a reflection of their insecurities, not my worth. As Seneca advises, associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing to focus on genuine relationships and keeping my distance from those who lack authenticity, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my social interactions. Their inconsistency no longer affects me, because I've built my inner circle on trust, respect, and unwavering sincerity. 8. They use flattery instead of genuine praise. I used to have a colleague who would always compliment me, sometimes excessively. "You're so amazing at this," or "I don't know how you do it. You're incredible," they'd say at every opportunity. At first it felt nice. Who doesn't enjoy a little recognition? But over time, something felt off. The compliments were always broad and over the top, lacking any real depth. It became clear they weren't appreciating my efforts. They were using flattery as a tool to get on my good side. The turning point came when they asked me for a favor, a big one. They needed me to advocate for them on a project they weren't qualified for. When I hesitated, their demeanor shifted. The flattery disappeared, replaced by subtle frustration. That's when I realized their kind words weren't genuine. They were transactional. Stoic wisdom helped me process this experience. Epictetus advises us to consider things as they are, not as we wish them to be. Their excessive praise wasn't a reflection of my talents, but of their own motives. Once I saw it for what it was, I could stop feeling conflicted about their behavior and focus on protecting my boundaries. Flattery, unlike genuine praise, often seeks to manipulate. Real compliments are thoughtful and specific. They come without strings attached. Once I understood this, I became more attuned to the difference. I started to notice how people who genuinely valued me would compliment my work or character with sincerity, while those who didn't were vague and opportunistic. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I chose to see flattery as a lesson. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." I began to apply this principle in my own interactions, offering honest praise only when I truly meant it. This helped me build stronger, more authentic relationships. I also learned to set boundaries with flatterers. I didn't cut them off entirely, but I became cautious about their motives. I stopped feeling obligated to fulfill their requests just because they had showered me with compliments. Instead, I focused on maintaining integrity and making decisions based on my values, not external validation. These days, I value sincerity over empty words. I've learned to appreciate the rare people who take the time to notice the little things, specific efforts, thoughtful actions, or moments of kindness. Their praise is genuine and heartfelt, and it builds trust instead of eroding it. By approaching relationships with clarity and caution, I've cultivated a circle of people who uplift me with honesty rather than manipulate me with flattery, and for those who use words as tools for their own gain. I let them talk, but I keep my peace, knowing their words are only as meaningful as the actions that follow. 9. They avoid responsibility for their actions. I once had a friend who seemed perfect on the surface, charming, fun, and always ready with a joke to lighten the mood. But when things went wrong, the cracks started to show. Whenever they made a mistake or caused an issue, they had a knack for shifting the blame. Whether it was blaming circumstances, other people, or even me, they'd always find a way to avoid taking responsibility. One instance stands out vividly. We had planned a group project together, and their portion of the work wasn't completed on time. When I gently brought it up, hoping to find a solution, they deflected. "Well, if you had reminded me earlier, this wouldn't have happened." I was stunned. Instead of acknowledging their role, they turned the problem back on me. It left me feeling frustrated and undervalued. At first, I internalized their behavior. Maybe I should have reminded them, I thought. But after reflecting, I realized the issue wasn't my oversight. It was their unwillingness to own up to their actions. That's when Stoic philosophy provided the clarity I needed. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." This helped me see that I could hold myself accountable for my actions without letting others' lack of responsibility weigh on me. I stopped trying to make excuses for them and instead focused on what I could control, how I chose to respond. I began setting boundaries and made it clear that I couldn't shoulder the blame for things outside my influence. Over time, I also learned to recognize the signs of someone unwilling to take responsibility, patterns of deflection, excuses, and an inability to admit fault. Epictetus reminds us that we cannot control others' behavior, only our response to it. Armed with this understanding, I no longer felt the need to argue or defend myself when this friend shifted blame. Instead, I calmly pointed out the facts and let them sit with their own accountability, or lack thereof. Their reactions no longer triggered anger or frustration in me because I had shifted my focus to maintaining my peace. This experience taught me the importance of surrounding myself with people who value growth and accountability. Mistakes are human, but how we handle them reveals our character. I now gravitate toward those who admit when they're wrong and work to make things right, as they inspire me to do the same. For those who avoid responsibility, I've learned not to expect change unless they're willing to reflect and grow. Instead, I limit their influence in my life. Seneca wisely reminds us, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." By holding myself to high standards while tolerating others' limitations without resentment, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my relationships. In the end, I've embraced the Stoic principle of focusing on what I can control, my actions, my values, and my peace of mind. That shift has freed me from the emotional burden of others' irresponsibility and allowed me to invest in relationships where accountability is mutual. 10. They're unwilling to celebrate your success. I'll never forget the time I shared a personal victory with someone I considered a close friend. I'd worked tirelessly on a project, pouring my energy and focus into it, and when it finally paid off, I couldn't wait to share the news. But instead of excitement or congratulations, I was met with indifference. They quickly changed the subject, as if my success didn't matter, or worse, as if it bothered them. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were having a bad day, I thought. But the pattern repeated itself. Anytime I achieved something meaningful, their responses were lukewarm at best, or dismissive at worst. I started to notice that they were quick to talk about their own accomplishments, but unwilling to acknowledge mine. It hurt more than I expected. I began to question, why can't they be happy for me? That's when I turned to Stoicism for guidance. Seneca reminds us that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Their reaction didn't diminish my success. It only revealed something about them. Perhaps they felt inadequate or envious. But their behavior wasn't about me. It was a reflection of their own insecurities. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I chose to adjust my perspective. Epictetus teaches us to focus only on what we can control, and in this case, I couldn't control how they felt about my achievements. What I could control was how I responded. I stopped seeking validation from people who couldn't genuinely celebrate my joy, and instead turned to those who uplifted me. Over time, I started to prioritize relationships where mutual encouragement was the norm. True friends share in your joy, just as they stand by you in your struggles. Their happiness for your success is a reflection of their love and respect for you. And when I found those kinds of connections, they felt like a breath of fresh air, genuine, supportive, and fulfilling. I also began to examine my own reactions to others' achievements. Am I truly happy for their success? Do I offer heartfelt congratulations without comparing their progress to mine? This self-reflection helped me grow into someone who can give joy freely, knowing it's not a competition. Marcus Aurelius advises us to rejoice in the present. Celebrating someone else's success doesn't take away from our own. It enriches our shared experience. By embodying this wisdom, I've found greater peace and fulfillment in my relationships. Now, when I encounter someone who struggles to celebrate my wins, I don't let it bring me down. I understand their reaction isn't about me, and I no longer need their validation to feel proud of what I've accomplished. Instead, I focus on maintaining gratitude for the people who truly support me, cultivating a circle of friends and loved ones who inspire me to keep striving and growing. In the end, their presence is worth far more than the fleeting approval of those who can't see past their own insecurities. Spotting these 10 signs of insincerity isn't just about protecting yourself from fake people. It's about fostering healthier, more meaningful relationships built on mutual respect and authenticity. By recognizing these behaviors and applying the wisdom of Stoic philosophy, you can navigate life with strength, clarity, and peace of mind. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel grow. Also, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video packed with insights to empower your life. Most importantly, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs stood out to you the most? Have you encountered any of these in your relationships? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one of them and can't wait to hear your stories. Thank you for watching, and remember, by staying true to yourself and your values, you'll attract the right people into your life. Until next time, stay strong, stay wise, and keep growing. Imagine a life where you're no longer working just to make ends meet, but instead building real, lasting wealth. Wealth that brings you freedom, fulfillment, and impact. These aren't just any money rules. These are the strategies that took me from struggling paycheck to paycheck to questioning the very meaning of money. But here's the twist. Most people think building wealth is just about making more money. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, following conventional advice almost held me back. I learned the hard way that true wealth requires a mindset shift, a set of rules that goes against what most people believe. I'm talking about principles that not only grow your bank account, but free you from financial stress and open doors to opportunities you never imagined. If you're tired of just getting by and want to discover the unconventional rules that could transform your financial future, keep watching. So, what's different about these 20 rules? Unlike typical money tips, each of these strategies has been tested in real-life challenges, from saving during lean times to making high-stakes investments. I'll break down each rule in a way that's simple, relatable, and powerful, so by the end you'll have a roadmap to wealth that doesn't just promise financial gain, but also gives you the peace of mind and purpose that come with true financial freedom. Ready to see the first step? Let's dive in. 1. Avoid lifestyle creep. One of the hardest things to avoid once you start making decent money is the urge to upgrade your lifestyle. I remember early in my career when I got my first big paycheck, the temptation to buy a nicer car or move into a swankier apartment was overwhelming. After all, I had worked hard to get here, so why not reward myself, right? But I quickly realized that this thinking was a trap. I'd heard it called lifestyle creep before, and now it made sense. My spending would just keep growing with every raise or promotion if I wasn't careful. At first, it felt restrictive to hold back. I wanted to enjoy my success and share it with friends and family. But over time, I found more meaning in staying grounded and reinvesting that extra money in ways that would pay off down the road. Instead of buying that new BMW, I put the money toward a side business I'd always wanted to start. And you know what? That business ended up creating even more financial security for me in the future. The funny thing is, delaying those instant gratifications taught me something even more valuable than financial discipline. It taught me patience. I became someone who could look beyond the immediate reward for something bigger and better in the future. Today, I still live below my means, which lets me keep building a secure future while also freeing me from the pressure of keeping up with anyone else. I've realized that true wealth isn't about flashy things. It's about having peace of mind, financial security, and the freedom to make choices without being chained to a lifestyle I can't maintain. 2. Master emotional control. Learning to control my emotions, especially with money, was one of the toughest but most rewarding lessons. I can remember countless times I acted impulsively, buying things because I was stressed or investing in something because everyone else was doing it. But as I look back, I see that the times I stayed calm and rational with my decisions were the times I made the best choices. Emotions, whether it's excitement, fear, or impatience, can cloud judgment and lead to decisions we later regret. For instance, there was a period when the stock market was doing really well, and I felt this intense pressure to jump in on some high-risk stocks that everyone was talking about. I didn't even research them. I just dove in because I didn't want to miss out. When the market took a downturn, I panicked and pulled out, losing quite a bit. That was a wake-up call. I realized that if I was going to make smart financial decisions, I needed to separate my emotions from the process. Now, I take a step back any time I feel those emotions creeping up. I remind myself that wealth building is a marathon, not a sprint. I make it a point to do my research and approach every decision with patience and clarity. Practicing emotional control has saved me from repeating the same mistakes and allowed me to make decisions that align with my long-term goals, not just temporary feelings. 3. Protect your assets. The concept of protecting my assets didn't mean much to me in the early days. Back then, I thought building wealth was just about making money. But after seeing some close calls, unexpected expenses, family emergencies, even an economic downturn, I realized that protecting what I already had was just as important as growing it. I remember one incident when a medical emergency hit my family. Without proper insurance and savings, I would have been in serious financial trouble. That's when I understood the value of having a safety net. Insurance, emergency funds, and legal protections aren't just for big wealth. They're essential for anyone who wants to be financially secure. Today, I make sure I have coverage in the right areas: health, home, and car, and a solid emergency fund. I also explored setting up a legal framework to protect my assets, like putting certain investments in trusts. These steps help me feel secure and prepared for life's curveballs. Protecting my assets has given me peace of mind, knowing that no matter what happens, I'm prepared to handle it without risking my financial foundation. 4. Think long-term. When I first started working, my focus was entirely on short-term goals, monthly expenses, upcoming trips, a new gadget I wanted. But as I matured, I realized that if I wanted to build lasting wealth, I had to start thinking long-term. I remember someone telling me, "The best time to start investing was yesterday. The second best time is today." That phrase stuck with me and changed my approach to money. One of the first things I did was start a retirement fund. It felt odd, thinking about retirement while I was still young, but I began to understand that wealth grows with time. The earlier I started, the more it would compound. I set up automated contributions to a retirement account, and over the years, I've watched it grow, little by little. Now, instead of chasing quick wins, I focus on investments that will benefit me 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line. Thinking long-term has helped me feel secure in my financial choices and taught me patience. It's about planting seeds today that will grow into something meaningful in the future. Instead of spending every dollar now, I know I'm working toward a bigger goal that will pay off and sustain me in years to come. 5. Assign your priorities. For a long time, I struggled with saying no to opportunities. Every new project, every investment, every business idea seemed like a great chance to make money. But I quickly realized that spreading myself too thin was counterproductive. The more I said yes to everything, the less time and energy I had for the things that truly mattered. One of the biggest breakthroughs for me was learning to assign my priorities and focus on what I did best. I asked myself, what am I genuinely good at? Where do my strengths lie? I identified my core skills and interests, and I decided to build around those. Instead of jumping at every opportunity, I committed to becoming exceptional at one thing. I learned that by becoming best in class in one area, I could unlock more opportunities than if I dabbled in many. It wasn't easy at first. There was always that fear of missing out. But I soon discovered that my focus and dedication brought me more success. I didn't just build wealth, I built expertise and a reputation in my field. By prioritizing, I became the go-to person for specific projects, and my financial growth followed. Now I approach every new opportunity by asking, does this align with my priorities? It's given me clarity, direction, and a much more intentional path to wealth. 6. Minimize borrowing. There was a time when I thought borrowing money was normal, even necessary, for making big purchases. I remember buying my first set of furniture with financing. It seemed harmless, no payments for a year, low interest, but over time I ended up paying far more than the actual value of the furniture. That's when I realized that borrowing for things that don't generate income is a slippery slope. After that, I started being more mindful about when and why I borrowed. I learned that there's good debt and bad debt. Borrowing to buy a new car or splurge on a vacation falls under bad debt because it drains my income without giving anything back. But borrowing to invest in skills or a business or even real estate is different. Those are assets that, if managed well, could pay back the loan and more. Nowadays, I follow a simple rule. If I can't afford it up front, I wait or work until I can. I make exceptions only for investments that improve my earning power or generate passive income. It's not always easy to hold back, but minimizing borrowing has freed me from debt anxiety. I don't owe anyone, and I'm not tied down by monthly payments. This approach has given me peace of mind, more control over my finances, and the freedom to make decisions based on my goals, not debt obligations. 7. Spend less than you make. This rule seems so basic, but it's one of the most powerful. I used to think that if I could just make more money, all my problems would be solved. But after a few years of making more money, I found myself still struggling to save anything substantial. Why? Because my spending habits had grown with my income. I wasn't spending wildly, but I also wasn't saving or investing as much as I could have. It took me a while to realize that it's not about how much I earn, it's about how much I keep. Once I accepted that, I started setting a monthly budget. I decided to live on a set percentage of my income and save or invest the rest. This one decision changed everything. Suddenly, I had extra money each month, and it felt empowering. I could use it to grow my emergency fund, invest in stocks, or put it into a side business. Now, I stick to the habit of spending less than I make, even when my income goes up. I've learned that true wealth doesn't come from earning a huge salary. It comes from consistently saving, investing, and living below my means. This approach has allowed me to build a safety net and work towards financial independence without feeling like I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck. 8. Have a ripcord budget. The idea of a ripcord budget might sound intense, but it's essentially an emergency plan for my finances. This was something I never thought I needed until I faced a sudden job loss early in my career. I had no backup plan and was living paycheck to paycheck, so losing my income was a huge wake-up call. I realized that if I wanted financial security, I needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Now, I keep at least 6 months of living expenses in a separate savings account, just for emergencies. This buffer has been a game changer for me. Knowing that I have that safety net means I don't have to panic or make rushed decisions if something goes wrong, like a sudden job change, a health emergency, or an unexpected expense. It gives me the confidence to take calculated risks, knowing I have a cushion to fall back on. Having a ripcord budget isn't about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared for whatever life throws my way. It gives me peace of mind and allows me to focus on building wealth rather than constantly worrying about financial surprises. This safety net has kept me grounded through ups and downs, allowing me to make decisions based on long-term goals, not short-term fears. 9. Create multiple income streams. I used to rely solely on my job for income, believing that if I worked hard, I'd always have financial security. But after experiencing layoffs and economic downturns, I realized that putting all my eggs in one basket was risky. I needed more than one source of income to feel truly secure and financially free. That's when I started exploring other income streams. I began with small steps, investing in the stock market, starting a side business, and exploring real estate. Each new source of income took effort and patience, but it paid off over time. Today I have several streams of income, and the sense of security it gives me is invaluable. If one stream slows down, I'm not left scrambling because I have others to rely on. Creating multiple income streams has taught me the power of diversification. It's allowed me to take on new opportunities without worrying that a single setback will derail my financial progress. Building these streams took time and a willingness to try new things, but the freedom and peace of mind they provide are worth every effort. I no longer feel like my financial security hinges on one paycheck, and that's an empowering feeling. 10. Build a personal P&L. For a long time, I thought a profit and loss P&L statement was just for businesses, but then a friend who was financially savvy suggested I apply the same concept to my personal finances. At first it sounded like overkill, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If I wanted to grow my wealth, I needed to have a clear understanding of what was coming in, what was going out, and what I was left with. So I sat down and started tracking my income and expenses, just like a business would. I categorized my spending, set monthly goals, and calculated my profit, savings, at the end of each month. This process gave me a whole new level of clarity about my finances. I could see where I was overspending and where I could cut back. I also started setting specific savings and investment targets, which helped me stay accountable. Now, managing my finances with a personal P&L has become second nature. It's empowering to see my profits grow and to know exactly where I stand financially. This practice has helped me make better financial decisions, stay on top of my goals, and build a stronger foundation for wealth. Treating my finances like a business has been one of the most effective strategies for building long-term financial security. 11. Leverage compounding. When I first learned about the power of compounding, it felt almost magical. I'd always known that saving money was important, but it wasn't until I understood how compound interest works that I realized how powerful it could be. The idea that my money could grow exponentially just by being invested over time changed my whole approach to wealth building. I remember opening my first retirement account and starting with small, regular contributions. At first, the growth was slow, and I barely noticed a difference. But as the years went by, I started to see the compounding effect. My interest was earning interest, and that interest was growing on itself. Suddenly, what seemed like a modest investment was turning into something much larger. Now I prioritize investing early and consistently. I contribute to my retirement account, my brokerage accounts, and other investments with a long-term perspective. I've learned that the earlier I start, the more time my money has to grow. Compounding has taught me patience and discipline. It's about playing the long game and letting time work in my favor. Looking at my growing investments today, I'm grateful that I committed to this approach early on. Compounding has shown me that small, steady contributions can lead to substantial wealth over time. It's one of the most powerful tools for building financial security, and it's as simple as starting early and staying consistent. 12. Define your why. For a while I thought building wealth was just about making more money, but as I worked harder and achieved more, I found myself wondering why I was doing it all. What was the point if I wasn't clear on what I wanted out of life? That's when I realized I needed a why, a purpose behind my goals that would drive me and keep me focused. I took time to reflect on what mattered most to me. I realized that my ultimate goal wasn't just financial freedom, but the freedom to spend time with family, pursue passions, and help others. My why became about creating a life where I didn't have to worry about money, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. Knowing this changed everything. It wasn't just about accumulating wealth. It was about what that wealth would allow me to do. Today, whenever I feel unmotivated or frustrated, I go back to my why. It reminds me why I started this journey in the first place. Having a clear purpose has made every step more meaningful, and it helps me make financial decisions that align with my true goals. Defining my why has transformed wealth building from a task into a passion, because now every dollar I save or invest brings me closer to a life that fulfills me. 13. Money is a tool, not the goal. For years I made the mistake of thinking that money itself was the goal. I believed that if I just had enough money, I'd be happy and fulfilled. But after reaching a certain financial milestone, I found myself wondering, what's next? I had the money, but I still felt like something was missing. That's when I learned that money is a tool, not the goal. Money, I realized, is a means to an end. It can buy freedom, security, and the ability to pursue passions, but it doesn't define happiness or fulfillment. This shift in mindset changed how I approached my finances. Instead of obsessing over how much I had, I started focusing on what I could do with it. Could it allow me to spend more time with loved ones? Could it fund a project I'm passionate about? Could it give me peace of mind? Now, I see money as a resource to design the life I want. This perspective has made wealth building more rewarding because I'm not just accumulating money for the sake of it. I'm using it to create value in my life and in the lives of others. Understanding that money is a tool has freed me from financial stress and helped me focus on what truly matters. 14. Network is your net worth. Early in my career, I underestimated the power of a strong network. I thought that success was just about hard work and skills, but over time I realized that the people I surrounded myself with were just as important. One of my mentors once told me, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And it struck a chord. I realized that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be around people who were also striving for success. Building a strong network has been transformative. I've met people who not only inspire me, but also challenge me to be better. My network has opened doors to opportunities I never would have found on my own, from new business ventures to investment tips to personal growth. Surrounding myself with driven, like-minded individuals has pushed me to aim higher and stay focused. Today, I make an effort to nurture my relationships and seek out connections with people who share my values and goals. I've learned that networking isn't just about knowing a lot of people. It's about building meaningful relationships that uplift and support each other. My network has become one of my most valuable assets, and I'm grateful for the doors it has opened and the growth it has inspired. 15. High tides rise all boats. I used to think that wealth building was a solo journey, but over time I realized that helping others succeed has been just as important as my own growth. I remember a time when I hesitated to train a colleague because I worried they might surpass me or leave. But then I heard a quote that changed my mindset. What if you don't train them and they stay? That's when I started embracing the idea that high tides rise all boats. If I can help the people around me grow, it creates a better environment for all of us. I've found that when I invest in others, whether by sharing knowledge, offering guidance, or supporting their goals, it comes back to me in unexpected ways. Their success doesn't take away from mine, it adds to it. Now, I approach wealth building with a team mindset. I support my peers, colleagues, and even friends in their pursuits, because I know that when they succeed, we all benefit. This mindset shift has not only strengthened my relationships, but also created a sense of community and shared success. Helping others reach their potential has been deeply rewarding and has added a new dimension to my own journey. 16. Invest in knowledge. One of the best decisions I made was to prioritize learning and personal development. Early in my career, I didn't see the value in spending money on courses, books, or seminars. I thought I already knew enough to succeed. But as I started seeing successful people around me, I realized that they all had one thing in common. They invested in knowledge. They were constantly learning, expanding their skills, and growing their expertise. The first time I spent money on a course, I hesitated. It felt like a lot, and I worried it might not pay off. But that course ended up teaching me skills that made me more valuable in my career. It opened doors I hadn't even considered before. I started reading books on finance, business, and personal development, and each one gave me new insights that helped me make better decisions. Now, I make it a point to set aside a portion of my income for learning. I see it as an investment in myself, one that continues to pay off in ways I never imagined. Every book, course, or seminar adds to my skill set and makes me a better decision-maker. Investing in knowledge has been one of the most valuable steps in my wealth-building journey, and it's something I plan to keep doing for life. 17. Analyze risk-return ratios. For a long time, I thought all investments were the same. Either they were good or bad. But over time I realized that each opportunity has its own risk and return profile, and understanding these ratios is key to making smart financial decisions. I remember one time I invested in a business idea without really evaluating the risks. I was caught up in the potential returns and didn't see the red flags. That investment didn't pan out, and I lost money. Since then, I've learned to approach every investment with a clear-eyed view of its risk-return ratio. I ask myself, what's the worst-case scenario, and am I prepared for it? I also consider the potential upside and whether it justifies the risk. Some investments, like stocks, offer high returns but come with higher risk, while others, like real estate, might offer moderate returns with lower risk. I've found that balancing these is key to building wealth without unnecessary stress. Now, I take time to analyze each investment carefully. I place my opportunities on a mental grid of high risk, high return to low risk, low return, and I choose based on my goals and tolerance. Understanding risk-return ratios has made me more strategic and helped me avoid impulsive decisions. It's given me the confidence to grow my wealth without taking on risks I'm not comfortable with. 18. Don't fear money. For a long time I had mixed feelings about money. I grew up hearing things like, money is the root of all evil, or rich people are greedy. These beliefs made me hesitant to pursue wealth, even though I wanted financial security. I found myself self-sabotaging, passing up opportunities, or feeling guilty whenever I earned more. It took me a while to realize that my relationship with money needed a serious shift. I started reading about money mindset And one idea resonated with me. Money itself is neutral. It's how we use it that matters. That simple realization changed everything for me. I began to see money as a tool for good, a way to provide for my family, help others, and achieve my dreams. I stopped fearing money and started inviting it into my life with a positive mindset. Now, I see wealth as something that can amplify my values and purpose. I focus on creating a healthy, abundant relationship with money, free from guilt or negative beliefs. This shift has allowed me to grow my wealth without the mental blocks I used to have. Embracing money with a positive mindset has been a game changer, and I'm grateful every day for the freedom and opportunities it brings. 19. Pay yourself first. For years, I lived by the pay everyone else first mentality. Bills, obligations, even favors for friends, all of it came before my own financial needs. The problem was, by the time I got around to myself, there was rarely anything left. It felt like I was working hard, but getting nowhere financially. Then, I read about the concept of paying yourself first, and it clicked. I decided to make a simple change. Every time I got paid, I'd put a percentage into savings or investments before anything else. At first, it felt strange, like I was breaking some unspoken rule, but over time, it became a habit. By putting myself first, I started building a small but growing safety net. I began to feel more secure, knowing I was making progress toward my financial goals, no matter what else was going on. Now, paying myself first is a non-negotiable part of my budget. It's one of the most empowering habits I've developed, and it's helped me build real wealth. I no longer feel like I'm just working to make ends meet. I'm working to create a better future for myself. This habit has taught me the importance of prioritizing my own financial well-being and has given me the confidence to continue building my wealth. 20. Give to get. I used to think that giving away money was counterproductive to building wealth. After all, shouldn't I be saving and investing every penny to reach my goals faster? But over the years, I've realized that giving can actually be a powerful tool in wealth building. I remember the first time I donated a significant amount to a cause I cared about. It wasn't a huge amount, but it felt impactful, and the gratitude I received made me feel like I was part of something bigger. Since then, I've made giving a regular part of my financial plan, whether it's supporting charities, helping out a friend in need, or even giving my time to volunteer. I've found that giving enriches my life in ways that go beyond money. It brings a sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds me of why I'm building wealth in the first place, to make a positive impact. Interestingly, the more I give, the more opportunities seem to come my way. I don't know if it's karma, good energy, or just the power of generosity, but giving has opened doors and brought incredible people into my life. I've learned that wealth isn't just about what I accumulate, it's about what I contribute. Giving to get has become one of my most fulfilling principles, and it's one I plan to keep practicing as I continue my journey. Now that you've heard the 20 rules that transformed my financial life, it's your turn to put them into action. Remember, building wealth isn't about quick wins. It's about consistent, smart decisions that lead to long-term freedom. I hope these rules not only inspire you, but also give you practical steps to start creating the financial future you want. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights and strategies on building wealth, finding purpose, and living a fulfilling life. And, of course, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below with your thoughts, questions, or the rule that resonated with you the most. Let's start a conversation and help each other grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Have you ever felt overwhelmed by your emotions, like you're on a constant roller coaster with no way to get off? What if I told you that an ancient philosophy holds the secrets to mastering your emotions and achieving a happier, more balanced life? Welcome to our journey into the fascinating world of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore the top 5 Stoic rules for controlling your emotions, transforming your reactions, and navigating life's challenges with grace and wisdom. These time-tested techniques, practiced by ancient philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, can empower you to become the master of your emotional landscape. So grab a pen and paper, because you'll definitely want to take notes on these life-changing insights. Let's dive in. 1. Pause and breathe. The simple yet transformative practice of pausing and breathing holds immense significance as a tool for emotional control and mindful response. Imagine you're in a heated argument with a coworker and you feel your anger rising. Instead of reacting impulsively, Stoicism encourages you to take a deliberate pause. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. This brief moment allows you to regain composure and clarity. By introducing this pause, you create a buffer where you can reflect on the situation rationally. This practice aligns with Stoic principles by creating a space between stimulus and response, where you can engage your rational faculties rather than being driven by emotional impulses. For example, Marcus Aurelius, the famous Stoic philosopher, often practiced pausing and reflecting before responding to situations that could provoke anger or frustration. By taking a deep breath and counting to 10, you can diffuse the intensity of the moment, enabling you to respond with wisdom and poise. This practice empowers you to navigate challenges with greater control, transforming knee-jerk reactions into thoughtful responses. Embracing this Stoic technique can enhance your emotional intelligence and lead to more harmonious interactions in your daily life. 2. Practice negative visualization. Negative visualization, a powerful Stoic exercise, involves imagining potential challenges or losses to prepare emotionally for them. Picture yourself preparing for a big presentation. Instead of solely focusing on the best-case scenario, consider what might go wrong: technical issues, forgetting key points, or an unresponsive audience. By visualizing these setbacks, you can plan and brace yourself emotionally, reducing anxiety about the future. For instance, Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, would regularly meditate on losing his wealth or status. This practice helped him remain grounded and grateful for what he had, lessening the blow if misfortune ever struck. By mentally rehearsing adverse scenarios, you develop resilience and a sense of preparedness. This technique can cultivate a mindset of gratitude for your current situation and a realistic perspective on life's uncertainties, making you less susceptible to emotional upheaval when challenges arise. 3. Separate stimulus and response. Stoicism introduces the concept of separating stimulus and response, emphasizing the space between an external event, stimulus, and our emotional reaction, response. Imagine receiving criticism at work. Instead of reacting defensively or angrily, take a moment to pause and evaluate the feedback objectively. This practice allows you to detach from immediate emotional responses and consider the situation rationally. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius practiced this by reminding himself that his mind was separate from the external events that occurred. By embracing this space, you gain control over your reactions, enabling you to respond in a way that aligns with your values and long-term well-being. This Stoic principle fosters emotional intelligence and resilience, helping you navigate challenges with wisdom and equanimity. It transforms instinctual reactions into deliberate, thoughtful actions, ultimately leading to a more harmonious and fulfilled life. 4. Identify triggers. Recognizing external events or internal thoughts that provoke emotional responses is crucial for emotional mastery. For example, if traffic jams make you anxious or angry, identifying this trigger allows you to prepare and manage your response better. Developing acute self-awareness involves observing and recognizing the moments when your emotions intensify. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that our reactions to events, not the events themselves, disturb our peace. By creating a mental inventory of triggers, you can preemptively identify stimuli that might prompt intense emotional responses. This self-awareness empowers you to interrupt the automatic process between stimulus and reaction, inserting a space that grants you the opportunity to choose your response deliberately. Instead of being a slave to your emotions, you become the master of your reactions, transforming triggers into stepping stones for personal growth and resilience. 5. Reframe perspectives. Reframing perspectives involves shifting how you perceive and interpret situations. Instead of viewing challenges as negative, see them as opportunities for growth and self-improvement. For example, if you fail a test, rather than seeing it as a setback, view it as a chance to identify areas for improvement and develop better study habits. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus encourage changing our perceptions to align with reality and focus on what we can control. By reframing your mindset, you can maintain a positive and resilient outlook. This cognitive reframing helps you see adversity as a path to growth, not a roadblock. It fosters emotional resilience and equips you with the mental tools to handle life's challenges with grace and strength. 6. Recognize the inner citadel. Establishing a mental space, or the inner citadel where you can retreat to observe and manage emotions, is a profound Stoic practice. Imagine facing a stressful situation at work. Instead of reacting immediately, take a mental step back into your inner citadel. This sanctuary within your mind allows you to assess your emotions and responses objectively. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about retreating into oneself, finding solace and stability amidst external chaos. This inner citadel provides a vital pause, enabling you to evaluate your reactions and choose responses that align with your values. By recognizing this inner fortress, you shift from being reactive to intentional in your actions, navigating life's ups and downs with equanimity and poise. This practice fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing you to face challenges with grace while maintaining inner harmony. 7. Live in accordance with nature. Living in accordance with nature, a central tenet of Stoicism, urges us to align our lives with the natural order of the universe. Accept the impermanence of life and embrace both its joys and challenges. For instance, understand that change is inevitable and challenges are part of human existence. By adopting this mindset, you can cultivate emotional tranquility and fulfillment. Epictetus taught that we should focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, attitudes and responses, while accepting what lies beyond our influence. This principle helps detach from external circumstances, reducing unnecessary emotional suffering. Embracing life's uncertainties and recognizing challenges as opportunities for growth lead to inner freedom and a deeper connection to the natural world, fostering a resilient and serene outlook. 8. Develop emotional detachment. Emotional detachment involves learning to separate your emotions from outcomes or possessions. For example, if you lose a cherished item, instead of being devastated, remind yourself that material things are temporary and not within your complete control. This practice reduces emotional turmoil and promotes inner peace. Stoic philosophers like Seneca emphasize the importance of detaching from external attachments to maintain emotional stability. By understanding the transient nature of possessions and outcomes, you can focus on what truly matters, your values and virtues. Emotional detachment fosters resilience and allows you to navigate life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed by external factors, leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. 9. Cultivate virtue. Stoicism teaches that living a virtuous life, embodying wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, leads to true happiness. Imagine facing a moral dilemma at work. Instead of taking the easy way out, choose the path that aligns with your values of honesty and integrity. By focusing on moral excellence, you can foster emotional stability and fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of virtue in his writings, emphasizing that true happiness comes from within, through the cultivation of virtuous character. By prioritizing virtue, you align your actions with your core values, leading to a more meaningful and contented life. This focus on virtue helps you navigate challenges with integrity, fostering a sense of inner peace and resilience. 10. Embrace the present moment. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in the present. For example, when spending time with loved ones, fully engage in the moment rather than worrying about past mistakes or future uncertainties. This practice enhances your emotional well-being and fosters a deeper connection with those around you. Seneca often advised against being consumed by worries about the past or future, advocating for mindfulness and presence in the current moment. By focusing on the here and now, you can reduce unnecessary anxiety and appreciate the beauty of the present. Embracing the present moment leads to a more centered and peaceful state of mind, allowing you to experience life's joys and challenges with greater clarity and gratitude. In summary, incorporating Stoic principles into your daily life can be a transformative journey toward emotional mastery and a happier existence. By practicing techniques like pausing and breathing, recognizing your inner citadel, and embracing the present moment, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and resilience. Remember, the power to control your emotions lies within you. By identifying triggers, reframing perspectives, and living in accordance with nature, you can foster a mindset of acceptance and intentionality. These ancient wisdoms not only help you manage your emotional responses, but also lead to personal growth and inner peace.
Here are 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build meaningful, fulfilling relationships while staying true to themselves. Many men unknowingly sabotage their relationships by making mistakes that erode trust, respect, and connection. Some of these actions might seem harmless or even helpful at first, but they carry long-term consequences that can be difficult to repair. These missteps don't just affect the relationship, they impact your self-respect, your confidence, and your ability to grow as an individual. What if I told you that avoiding these pitfalls could completely transform your relationships, making them healthier, stronger, and more authentic? It's not about manipulation or tactics. It's about embodying Stoic wisdom and living with purpose, dignity, and integrity. These principles aren't just for relationships, they're a blueprint for a better life. Stick with me, and you'll learn how to avoid these common mistakes while becoming the kind of man who commands respect, inspires trust, and builds deeper, more lasting connections. Whether you're in a relationship, dating, or simply reflecting on your approach to life, these 10 lessons will guide you toward a path of strength and clarity. 1. Never compromise your values for approval. I've seen it time and time again, men contorting themselves into shapes they don't even recognize to win approval. It's tragic, really, because the moment you compromise your values to please someone else, you sacrifice the very thing that makes you dependable, admirable, and, ultimately, worthy of respect. And I've been there. I've done it. I know how it feels. Let me tell you a story. There was a time in my life when I tried to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. I muted my opinions, ignored my instincts, and told myself I was being understanding. But deep down I knew the truth. I wasn't standing up for what I believed in. And the worst part, I started resenting myself for it. That resentment grows. It poisons your soul bit by bit, because every time you betray your values, you erode the foundation of your character. Marcus Aurelius, a great Stoic thinker, reminds us, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. That means you hold your standards high, not because it's easy or convenient, but because it's the right thing to do. And let's be clear. Standing by your values doesn't mean being rigid or unkind. It means having the courage to say, this is who I am, and I will not compromise my principles, no matter the cost. When you live this way, you gain something far more valuable than fleeting approval. You gain self-respect. You become someone who can be relied upon, someone who knows the weight of their word. And here's the thing. When you stand firm, you'll find that the right people gravitate toward you. They'll respect you, not in spite of your values, but because of them. That's how meaningful relationships are built, not on lies, but on truth. 2. Don't base your happiness on her actions. I've learned that when you base your happiness on someone else's actions, you hand over control of your emotional state. It's like tying your self-worth to the rise and fall of the stock market. Unstable, unpredictable, and deeply unwise. There was a time in my life when I waited anxiously for texts, sought constant reassurance, and measured my worth by how someone treated me. It was exhausting, and worse, it left me powerless. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught that our happiness depends on our perceptions and choices, not on external circumstances. He said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is liberating if you let it be. It means that no one, not even someone you love, should dictate your emotional state. You're the one in charge of how you interpret and respond to life. When I finally realized this, everything changed. I started focusing on what I could control, my thoughts, my actions, and my sense of purpose. If she was upset, I didn't let it derail my day. I offered support without absorbing the chaos. If she didn't respond the way I hoped, I reminded myself that my value wasn't diminished by her silence. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care wisely. You stop clinging to the idea that your happiness hinges on anyone else. And here's the paradox. When you no longer rely on someone to make you happy, you become more attractive, more centered, and more capable of giving love freely. Why? Because you're not grasping for it. You've built your foundation on something far sturdier, your own inner stability. 3. Avoid begging for attention or love. There's a quiet desperation in begging for love or attention. I've been there, and it's a humiliating place to be. You tell yourself that if you just try harder, say the right thing, or give more, they'll finally see your worth. But here's the truth. Love that needs to be begged for isn't love at all. It's a transaction, and a one-sided one at that. The Stoics would urge us to approach relationships with dignity and self-respect. Seneca once wrote, "A good character is the only guarantee of everlasting carefree happiness." Begging, on the other hand, is the opposite of good character. It's a sign that you've abandoned your own sense of worth in the hope that someone else will validate you. When I stopped chasing validation, I found something surprising. The people worth having in my life were drawn to me naturally. They didn't need convincing or pleading, and the others? They faded away, leaving room for healthier connections. It was a painful but necessary lesson. Begging devalues you in their eyes and in your own. Love that's given freely without coercion or desperation is the only kind that lasts. By standing firm, you show the world and yourself that you're worthy of respect and that you'll settle for nothing less. 4. Don't lose yourself in the relationship. It's easy to lose yourself in a relationship, especially when love is new and intoxicating. You start neglecting your hobbies, your friends, and even your goals, thinking you're being a good partner. But I've learned that sacrificing too much of yourself doesn't lead to closeness. It leads to resentment, both from you and the other person. A Stoic man knows that self-mastery is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you're constantly focused on someone else's needs at the expense of your own, you lose your sense of individuality and purpose. And without that, what do you truly have to offer? I once put all my energy into making a relationship work, believing that if I just gave enough, everything would be perfect. But in doing so, I stopped pursuing my own interests. Over time, I realized I wasn't just losing myself, I was becoming less attractive to my partner. When I finally started reclaiming my time, passions, and goals, the dynamic shifted. I was no longer dependent on the relationship for my sense of identity, and that made all the difference. The strongest relationships are built on mutual respect and individuality. Keep your foundation intact, or you'll have nothing solid to stand on when the storms come. 5. Avoid overreacting or acting out of jealousy. Jealousy is a powerful emotion, and if left unchecked, it can destroy even the strongest relationships. I've felt its sting, the burning need to control, to know, to question. But here's the thing. Jealousy isn't about the other person. It's about your own insecurity and fear. Epictetus taught, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." What he meant is that you need to accept what you cannot control and focus on mastering your own reactions. Jealousy often arises from imagining scenarios that may not even be real. It's irrational and counterproductive. When I learned to pause and reflect before reacting, everything changed. I started asking myself, what's really driving this feeling? Most of the time, it wasn't the other person. It was my own unresolved fears. By addressing those fears within myself, I became less reactive and more grounded. Jealousy isn't a sign of love. It's a sign of insecurity. A Stoic man works on building his own confidence and self-respect rather than trying to control someone else's behavior. That's where true strength lies. 6. Don't expect her to complete you. I used to believe in the idea of finding my other half. It's a romantic notion, isn't it? The idea that someone out there will fill all the gaps in your life and make you whole. But the truth is, expecting another person to complete you places an unfair burden on them and sets you up for disappointment. I've learned, painfully at times, that completeness isn't something you find in another. It's something you cultivate within yourself. The Stoics teach us to be self-sufficient. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Relying on someone else to complete you is the opposite of freedom. It binds you to their actions, moods, and flaws." I remember being in a relationship where I pinned all my hopes on the other person. When they were happy, I felt great. When they were upset, my world crumbled. I wasn't living my own life. I was living in reaction to theirs. That kind of dependency isn't love. It's a form of self-neglect. Completeness comes from building a life you're proud of, one filled with purpose, growth, and self-respect. When you do that, you enter relationships not as someone seeking to be fixed, but as someone ready to share your strength. And that's the foundation for a partnership that truly thrives. 7. Avoid gossiping or speaking ill of her. There's a destructive power in gossip, and I've seen it firsthand. When you vent about your partner to others, it might feel cathartic in the moment, but it plants seeds of mistrust and resentment, both in you and in the person you're confiding in. Seneca said, "It is a great thing to know the season for speech and the season for silence." This wisdom applies doubly in relationships. Speaking ill of someone you care about not only damages their reputation, but also undermines your own integrity. I once confided in a friend about a disagreement with my partner. My words were harsh, exaggerated, and frankly unfair. It felt good to vent, but later I realized I had tainted my friend's view of her. And for what? A fleeting sense of relief. It wasn't worth it. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to address issues directly with the person involved. It's not always easy, but it's the only way to maintain respect and honesty in a relationship. Gossiping might feel like a release, but it's a trap. The Stoic path is to speak with intention and kindness, or not at all. 8. Don't ignore red flags. I've ignored red flags before, convincing myself that things would get better or that I could fix them. It's a mistake I won't make again. The Stoics teach us to see things as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone." Ignoring red flags is self-deception. It's choosing comfort over truth. I've stayed in relationships longer than I should have, hoping things would magically improve. But every time, those early warning signs proved to be the cracks that eventually broke the foundation. Now, I pay attention to what my instincts are telling me. If something feels off, I address it directly. Stoic wisdom reminds us that facing uncomfortable truths is far better than living in a comforting lie. A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect, honesty, and alignment, not on wishful thinking. 9. Don't try to control her. Control is an illusion. I learned this the hard way. In my younger years, I thought that if I could just manage the details, her choices, her time, her interactions, I could create the perfect relationship. But all I did was create tension and drive a wedge between us. Epictetus reminds us, some things are up to us and some things are not. A person's thoughts, feelings, and actions are theirs alone. Trying to control them is a violation of their autonomy and an act of fear, not love. When I let go of this need for control, I discovered something unexpected: freedom, not just for her, but for me. By focusing on what I could control, my own thoughts and actions, I became a better partner. I wasn't fixated on micromanaging her life. I was building my own. A relationship thrives on trust and mutual respect. Trying to control someone isn't love, it's insecurity in disguise. The Stoic path is to focus on yourself and trust the process. 10. Avoid complaining about your circumstances. I used to complain about everything, how unfair life was, how misunderstood I felt, how difficult relationships could be. But the Stoics have no patience for complaining. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Complaining changes nothing. It only amplifies your frustration and weakens your resolve. I realized that every minute spent complaining was a minute I could have used to take action or change my perspective. When I stopped whining and started reflecting, I found solutions where I once saw only problems. Now, instead of complaining, I ask myself, what can I do about this? If the answer is nothing, I let it go. If the answer is something, I act. This shift has transformed my relationships and my life. Complaining is easy, but growth requires effort. The Stoic way is to channel your energy into what you can change and accept what you cannot. And there you have it. 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build authentic, meaningful relationships while staying true to themselves. Each of these principles, rooted in Stoic wisdom, is not just about improving your relationships, but also about growing into a stronger, more grounded version of yourself. Remember, relationships thrive when built on mutual respect, clear boundaries, and unwavering integrity. By avoiding these common mistakes, you're not only setting a higher standard for yourself, but also for the relationships you choose to nurture. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to like and subscribe for more insights like this. Your support helps us reach more people who, just like you, are striving for growth and wisdom in their lives. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned in your own relationships that you'd like to share? Drop your comments below, and let's keep the conversation going. Your takeaways might inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise.
12 Stoic principles to master the art of not caring and letting go. Imagine this. You're scrolling through social media, bombarded by a never-ending stream of updates, likes, and comments. You feel the weight of the world's expectations, wondering why you can't just let things go and care a little less about every trivial matter. But what if I told you there's a treasure trove of ancient wisdom that holds the key to mastering the art of not caring and letting go? Welcome, fellow Stoics of the digital age. You've stumbled upon a golden treasure. No, not the latest viral meme or trending video, but timeless principles from some of history's greatest thinkers. Long before the chaos of our modern world, the Stoics lived by teachings that can guide our smartphone-filled, caffeine-driven lives. In this video, we'll explore 12 Stoic principles that are so refreshing they might just be the antidote to the 21st century hustle. Get ready to uncover pearls of wisdom that will transform how you navigate life's challenges, helping you find peace amidst the chaos. And hey, if you're eager to discover more of these timeless insights, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Now let's dive into the enlightening world of Stoicism and learn how to keep calm and carry on with grace and resilience. Number 1. Reflect, review, and realign. In the rush of our daily lives, we often overlook the importance of self-reflection. Yet, as Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Taking time to reflect on our actions, decisions, and their outcomes allows us to understand ourselves better. Regular introspection acts as a mirror for our souls, revealing patterns that either aid or hinder our growth. By reviewing our actions and thoughts, we can realign our paths, making necessary adjustments to lead a more fulfilled and intentional life. This practice isn't about dwelling on past mistakes, but learning from them, celebrating small victories, and continuously evolving. In a world that seldom grants us pauses, embracing reflection can be our secret to inner peace and true contentment. Number 2, accept change as nature's course. Change is the only constant in life, yet we often resist it, clinging to the familiar. Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, reminds us, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Life's nature is evolution, and every change, whether a job switch, a breakup, or a move, adds a unique brushstroke to the canvas of our existence. By accepting change as part of nature's course, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. Embracing life's fluidity and unpredictability allows us to flow with it rather than fight against it. This acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation, but an active engagement with life's ever-shifting landscape, finding growth and opportunities in every twist and turn. Number 3, control what's within, release what's without. Imagine this, it's a rainy Tuesday morning and your cat knocks over your freshly brewed cup of tea. The old you might have fumed, blaming the universe for conspiring against you, but consider Seneca's wisdom. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. The truth is, things happen, tea spills, cats are mischievous. What's within our control? Our reactions. Instead of letting our imagination paint a gloomy day ahead, we can choose to laugh it off and brew another cup. The world will keep throwing curveballs, but the power of our reactions is entirely ours. By focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses, we can navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Number 4, detach from external validation. In today's hyper-connected world, it's easy to get hooked on external validation. Every like, share, and comment becomes a measure of our self-worth. But as Epictetus wisely said, man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. It's strange that tiny icons on a screen can dictate our mood and sense of self. Stoicism urges us to seek validation from within. Our worth should be measured by our values, actions, and character, not by online clout. The next time a post doesn't get the expected traction or someone leaves a snide comment, remember, your worth is not up for public voting. You are your own judge and jury, and true confidence comes from within. Number 5, recognize life's natural cycles. Loss is a natural part of life, be it a favorite hoodie, a cherished memory, or a loved one. Marcus Aurelius poignantly stated, "Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight." In the vast ecosystem of existence, everything has its season. Trees shed leaves only to sprout new ones, and similarly, life presents endings and beginnings. Each change teaches us, shapes us, and adds to our resilience. Rather than clinging to what was, Stoicism invites us to appreciate life's impermanence. By understanding and embracing the cycles of loss and renewal, we can live fully, love deeply, and let go gracefully, knowing that every sunset makes way for a new sunrise. Number 6, seek growth in adversity. Who hasn't faced a challenge, whether it's a difficult boss, an endless pile of bills, or a perpetually late train? It's easy to complain and wish for an easier life. However, Seneca reminds us, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. Challenges are life's personal gym sessions for our souls. When we encounter hurdles, instead of asking, "Why me?" we should ponder, "What is this teaching me?" Every adversity carries a lesson and a potential for growth. It's all a matter of perspective. By viewing difficulties as opportunities to strengthen our character and resilience, we can approach life with a mindset ready to say, "Bring it on." Number 7. Be of service to others. Stoicism isn't just about personal enlightenment, it's also about uplifting the community. Seneca reminds us we are all bound together in a partnership. By helping others, we not only enrich their lives, but also add meaning to our own. Whether it's assisting a neighbor, volunteering, or simply being there for a friend, every act of kindness reverberates in the universe. Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from being of service to others. It's not just about thriving solo, but about elevating those around us. In helping others, we find purpose and forge deeper connections, enhancing both our lives and the lives of those we touch. Number 8. Cultivate inner riches. In an age dominated by opulent Instagram feeds and constant displays of affluence, it's easy to equate happiness with material gains. Yet, Seneca wisely observed, it's not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. True wealth isn't about the latest gadgets or designer labels. It's about the contentment of the soul, the richness of experiences, and the treasure of memories. Stoicism reminds us that while it's okay to enjoy life's luxuries, we shouldn't be enslaved by them. In the end, it's the stories we've woven, not the possessions we've accumulated, that truly matter. By cultivating inner riches, we find lasting fulfillment and peace. Number 9, understand and accept fate. Life, with its myriad complexities, is a blend of our efforts and the universe's designs. Epictetus advises, don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, outcomes don't align with our expectations. Instead of being bogged down by what didn't go as planned, Stoicism nudges us to embrace what is on our plate. Acceptance of fate doesn't mean passivity. It means actively engaging with life, finding peace in the present moment, and trusting the journey. Often, the most captivating stories emerge from the most unexpected turns, and embracing fate allows us to navigate these twists with grace. Number 10. Embrace the present moment. In our fast-paced world, with notifications binging every second, we often miss the beauty of the present. Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, do not let the future disturb you, for you will arrive there if you nurture your present. We spend so much time lost in thoughts about tomorrow's tasks or past regrets that we forget to live in the now. Being present isn't just about paying attention, it's about truly experiencing life. Savor your meals, listen to your friends, and feel the wind on your face. Let go of yesterday's regrets and tomorrow's anxieties. In the grand tapestry of life, it's the little moments stitched together that define our happiness. Number 11. Focus on personal growth. Continuous learning and self-improvement are at the heart of a fulfilled life. The Stoics teach us that personal growth is a lifelong journey. By constantly seeking knowledge, honing our skills, and reflecting on our experiences, we become better equipped to handle life's challenges. This focus on growth isn't about perfection, but about progress. It's about becoming a better version of ourselves each day. Embrace the opportunities for learning that life presents, whether through successes or failures. By prioritizing personal development, we cultivate resilience, wisdom, and a deeper sense of purpose. Number 12. Practice gratitude. In the pursuit of more, we often forget to appreciate what we already have. Practicing gratitude shifts our focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in our lives. As Seneca observed, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. By regularly expressing thankfulness for our blessings, we foster a positive outlook and inner peace. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to dissatisfaction and envy. It reminds us of the richness of our experiences and the people who make our lives meaningful. Make it a habit to reflect on and express gratitude daily, and watch as your perspective transforms. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insight strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insights strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings. What if the secret to resolving conflicts lay not in the strength of your arguments, but in the calm of your mind? Imagine transforming heated disagreements into opportunities for growth and understanding, simply by adopting ancient wisdom. Stoic philosophy, with its profound insights into human behavior and emotional resilience, offers timeless strategies for navigating conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Conflicts are an inevitable part of life, arising in personal relationships, professional settings, and even within ourselves. How we handle these disagreements can significantly impact our well-being and the quality of our relationships. Instead of succumbing to anger or frustration, what if you could approach conflicts with the steady composure of a Stoic, turning potential discord into harmonious resolution? In this guide, we will explore Stoic-inspired strategies to help you navigate conflicts wisely. From using humor to ease tensions to practicing gratitude and setting boundaries, these approaches will empower you to manage disputes with a clear and balanced mindset. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and discover how to transform conflicts into opportunities for deeper understanding and personal growth. Number 1, use humor wisely. Humor, when used wisely, can be a powerful tool in conflict resolution. It has the potential to lighten the mood, ease tensions, and foster a sense of openness. In the midst of a heated argument, a well-timed joke or a light-hearted comment can act as a pressure valve, releasing the built-up stress and allowing both parties to step back from the brink of escalation. However, the key lies in the appropriateness of the humor. It must be relevant to the situation and sensitive to the emotions involved. Humor that belittles or mocks the other person can worsen the conflict, undermining the trust and respect necessary for a resolution. Instead, Aim for humor that builds bridges. Self-deprecating humor, for instance, can show humility and willingness to acknowledge your own flaws, which can encourage the other party to do the same. Stoic wisdom teaches us the value of perspective and emotional resilience. By introducing humor into a conflict, we can shift our perspective from one of confrontation to one of collaboration. This shift can reveal the absurdity of our anger and help us recognize the humanity in our opponent. It reminds us that conflicts are often temporary and that maintaining a sense of humor is vital for our mental well-being. Moreover, humor can serve as a reminder of shared experiences and values, reinforcing the bond between the conflicting parties. It can transform an adversarial interaction into a more amicable one, paving the way for productive dialogue and mutual understanding. By easing the atmosphere, humor allows both sides to lower their defenses and engage more openly and honestly. In essence, wise use of humor is not about trivializing the conflict, but about creating an environment where constructive conversation can flourish. It aligns with the Stoic principle of maintaining control over our emotions and responses, enabling us to navigate conflicts with grace and composure. Thus, let humor be the gentle nudge that brings light into the darkness of discord, guiding both parties towards a resolution. Number 2, seek external aid. When conflicts become too entrenched or emotionally charged to handle alone, seeking external aid can be a prudent strategy. Mediators and counselors serve as neutral third parties who can facilitate more constructive discussions, ensuring that each side is heard and understood. Their impartial perspective can help clarify misunderstandings and guide the conflict toward resolution. Stoic philosophy values wisdom and self-awareness, recognizing that sometimes the best course of action is to seek help. Engaging a mediator is not a sign of weakness, but of strength and wisdom. It demonstrates a commitment to resolving the conflict constructively rather than letting it fester or escalate. A mediator can provide the tools and frameworks necessary for effective communication, helping both parties articulate their needs and concerns without resorting to aggression or defensiveness. Counselors, with their expertise in human behavior and psychology, can also offer valuable insights. They can help individuals understand the underlying emotional triggers and patterns that contribute to the conflict. By addressing these deeper issues, counselors can facilitate a more profound and lasting resolution. Their guidance can help both parties develop better coping strategies and communication skills, reducing the likelihood of future conflicts. The Stoic approach to conflict emphasizes the importance of reason and self-control. Seeking external aid aligns with this philosophy by promoting a reasoned and measured approach to conflict resolution. It encourages individuals to step back from their emotions and consider the situation from a broader perspective. This detachment can lead to more thoughtful and effective solutions, fostering mutual respect and understanding. In conclusion, seeking external aid in the form of mediators or counselors can transform the conflict resolution process. It embodies the Stoic principles of wisdom, self-awareness, and rationality, enabling individuals to navigate conflicts with greater clarity and composure. By recognizing the value of external support, we can approach conflicts with a more open mind and a greater willingness to find common ground. Number 3, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that can transform our approach to conflicts. By shifting our focus from what we lack or what is troubling us to what we have and appreciate, we can change our perspective and reduce negative emotions. In the midst of a conflict, it may seem counterintuitive to practice gratitude, but this is precisely when it can be most impactful. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, often wrote about the importance of gratitude in maintaining a tranquil mind. By reflecting on the positive aspects of the situation or the person you're in conflict with, you can soften your stance and reduce the emotional charge of the disagreement. This shift in perspective can help you approach the conflict with a more balanced and composed mindset. Gratitude helps to remind us of the humanity in our opponent. It encourages us to see beyond the immediate conflict and recognize the shared experiences and values that connect us. This recognition can foster empathy and understanding, creating a foundation for more constructive dialogue. It also helps to mitigate the sense of animosity that can fuel conflicts, allowing for a more open and respectful exchange of ideas. Moreover, gratitude can serve as a grounding force, helping you stay centered and calm. When you focus on what you appreciate, you're less likely to be swayed by anger or frustration. This emotional steadiness aligns with the Stoic emphasis on maintaining control over one's reactions and responses. By keeping your emotions in check, you can navigate the conflict more effectively and make decisions that are in line with your values and long-term goals. In essence, practicing gratitude during conflicts can transform the way you engage with the situation. It enables you to maintain a clear and steady mind, approach the conflict with empathy and understanding, and ultimately find a resolution that respects both your needs and those of the other party. This practice is not just about finding peace in the moment, but about fostering a mindset that can handle future conflicts with wisdom and grace. Number 4, seek the shared path. Finding common ground is essential in resolving conflicts. By identifying shared values, goals, or interests, you can build a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. This approach aligns with the Stoic philosophy of focusing on what is within our control and seeking harmony in our interactions with others. In the heat of a conflict, it is easy to become fixated on differences and opposing viewpoints. However, taking the time to seek out areas of agreement can shift the dynamic from adversarial to collaborative. This common ground serves as a starting point for dialogue and negotiation, fostering a sense of partnership rather than opposition. Shared values and goals can act as a bridge, connecting the conflicting parties on a deeper level. These connections remind us that despite our disagreements, we are often working towards similar outcomes. By focusing on these shared aspects, we can create a more positive and productive atmosphere for resolving the conflict. This approach also encourages empathy and understanding. When you seek the shared path, you are actively listening and valuing the perspective of the other party. This effort can break down barriers and build trust, making it easier to find mutually acceptable solutions. Stoic philosophy teaches the importance of community and cooperation. By seeking common ground, you are embodying these principles, striving to maintain harmony and goodwill. This method not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and understanding. Ultimately, seeking the shared path is about shifting the focus from what divides us to what unites us. It requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to listen. But by doing so, you can transform conflicts into opportunities for connection and growth, embodying the Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, and justice. Number 5, control your reactions. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is the emphasis on controlling our reactions rather than trying to control external events. This principle is particularly relevant in the context of conflict resolution. By focusing on managing your own responses, you can navigate conflicts with greater clarity and composure. When faced with a conflict, it is natural to feel a surge of emotions. Anger, frustration, and hurt can cloud our judgment and lead to impulsive reactions. However, Stoic philosophy teaches us to pause and reflect before responding. This pause allows us to assess the situation more objectively and choose a response that aligns with our values and long-term goals. By maintaining control over our emotions, we can prevent the escalation of conflicts. A calm and measured response can diffuse tension and create a more constructive environment for dialogue. It also sets a positive example for the other party, encouraging them to respond in kind. This approach requires self-awareness and discipline. It involves recognizing our emotional triggers and developing strategies to manage them. Techniques such as deep breathing, mindfulness, and reflective thinking can help us stay centered and composed. Moreover, controlling our reactions allows us to focus on what truly matters. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in, and by managing our responses, we can discern which issues require our attention and which do not. This discernment helps us conserve our energy for significant matters, aligning with the Stoic principle of focusing on what is within our control. In summary, controlling your reactions is a powerful strategy for conflict resolution. It aligns with the Stoic virtues of wisdom and self-control, enabling you to navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. By managing your responses, you can create a more positive and productive environment for resolving disputes, fostering mutual respect and understanding. Number 6, engage in premeditation. The Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, involves mentally preparing for potential challenges. This technique can be particularly useful in conflict resolution. By envisioning possible conflicts and planning your responses, you can reduce the impact of surprise and emotional reactivity, approaching conflicts with a clear and steady mind. Premeditation allows you to anticipate challenges and consider how you will handle them. This foresight can prevent you from being caught off guard and reacting impulsively. Instead, you can respond thoughtfully and strategically, maintaining control over your emotions and actions. This practice also helps to build emotional resilience. By mentally rehearsing potential conflicts, you can become more comfortable with the idea of disagreement and less likely to be overwhelmed by it. This resilience aligns with the Stoic emphasis on preparing for adversity and maintaining composure in the face of challenges. Moreover, premeditation encourages proactive problem-solving. By thinking ahead, you can identify potential solutions and strategies for resolving conflicts before they arise. This proactive approach can lead to more effective and efficient conflict resolution, reducing the duration and intensity of disagreements. In essence, engaging in premeditation is about being prepared. It reflects the Stoic virtues of wisdom and foresight, enabling you to navigate conflicts with greater confidence and clarity. By anticipating challenges and planning your responses, you can maintain control over your emotions and actions, fostering a more constructive and productive approach to conflict resolution. Number 7, speak with calm and clarity. Effective communication is crucial in resolving conflicts. Speaking with calm and clarity allows you to express your concerns without aggression, fostering a more productive dialogue. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of reason and self-control, helping you navigate conflicts with wisdom and grace. When communicating during a conflict, it is important to stay calm. A composed demeanor can prevent the escalation of tensions and create a more positive environment for discussion. This calmness also allows you to think more clearly and articulate your thoughts more effectively. Clarity is equally important. Clear and concise communication can prevent misunderstandings and ensure that your message is understood. It involves stating your concerns and needs directly, without ambiguity or exaggeration. This directness can help to avoid misinterpretations and focus the conversation on the core issues. Listening is a critical component of calm and clear communication. By actively listening to the other party, you demonstrate respect and understanding. This effort can build trust and encourage them to listen to you in return. It also provides valuable insights into their perspective, helping you to identify common ground and potential solutions. The Stoic emphasis on reason and self-control is reflected in this approach to communication. By maintaining a calm and clear demeanor, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more constructive dialogue. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term understanding and cooperation. Number 8, choose your battles wisely. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in. The Stoic principle of focusing on what is within our control encourages us to choose our battles wisely, directing our energy towards significant matters and letting go of trivial disputes. In the heat of the moment, it can be tempting to engage in every disagreement. However, this approach can be exhausting and counterproductive. By assessing the importance of each conflict, you can determine which issues truly warrant your attention and which do not. This discernment helps you conserve your energy for matters that have a meaningful impact on your life and well-being. Choosing your battles wisely also involves recognizing when to compromise and when to stand firm. It requires a balance between assertiveness and flexibility, allowing you to protect your interests without escalating conflicts unnecessarily. This balance reflects the Stoic virtues of wisdom and moderation, enabling you to navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Moreover, letting go of trivial disputes can foster a more positive and harmonious environment. It allows you to focus on building and maintaining strong relationships, rather than getting bogged down in petty disagreements. This focus on harmony aligns with the Stoic emphasis on community and cooperation, promoting long-term peace and understanding. In summary, choosing your battles wisely is a strategic approach to conflict resolution. It reflects the Stoic principles of wisdom, moderation, and focus, enabling you to navigate conflicts more effectively and conserve your energy for what truly matters. By letting go of trivial disputes, you can foster a more positive and harmonious environment, promoting long-term peace and cooperation. Number 9, forgive. Forgiveness is a powerful tool in conflict resolution. Letting go of past grievances allows you to move forward with clarity and peace of mind, fostering a more positive and constructive relationship with the other party. This practice aligns with the Stoic emphasis on emotional resilience and maintaining a tranquil mind. Holding on to resentment can cloud your judgment and hinder your ability to resolve conflicts effectively. It keeps you anchored to past hurts, preventing you from seeing the situation clearly and objectively. By forgiving, you free yourself from this emotional burden, allowing you to approach the conflict with a more open and balanced mindset. Forgiveness does not mean condoning the actions of the other party. Rather, it involves letting go of the negative emotions associated with the conflict, creating space for healing and reconciliation. This emotional release can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, paving the way for resolution and understanding. The Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what is within our control, and forgiveness is a powerful example of this principle. You cannot change the past or the actions of others, but you can control your response to them. By choosing to forgive, you take control of your emotions and actions, aligning them with your values and long-term goals. In essence, forgiveness is about finding peace within yourself. It allows you to move forward with clarity and composure, fostering a more positive and constructive approach to conflict resolution. By letting go of past grievances, you can create a foundation for healing and reconciliation, promoting long-term peace and understanding. Number 10. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of effective conflict resolution. By showing understanding and validating the feelings of your opponent, you can create a connection that fosters mutual respect and cooperation. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and compassion, helping you navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Empathy involves putting yourself in the other person's shoes and seeing the situation from their perspective. This effort can reveal the underlying emotions and motivations driving their behavior, helping you understand their actions and responses. This understanding can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. By validating the feelings of the other party, you demonstrate respect and recognition. This validation does not mean agreeing with their perspective, but rather acknowledging their right to feel as they do. This recognition can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to listen to your perspective in return. Empathy also involves active listening. By truly listening to the other party, you show that you value their input and are willing to understand their point of view. This effort can break down barriers and build a foundation for more effective communication and problem-solving. The Stoic emphasis on community and cooperation is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By offering empathy, you can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, promoting mutual respect and understanding. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 11. Understand your adversary. Understanding your adversary is crucial in resolving conflicts. By looking beyond the surface of the conflict to understand the deeper motivations and fears of your opponent, you can gain valuable insights that facilitate resolution. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and empathy, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Conflicts often arise from misunderstandings and unaddressed emotional needs. By taking the time to understand the underlying factors driving the behavior of your adversary, you can identify common ground and potential solutions. This understanding can reveal shared values and goals, creating a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. Understanding your adversary involves active listening and empathy. It requires you to set aside your own perspective temporarily and focus on theirs. This effort can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and listen to your point of view. This approach also helps to humanize your adversary. It reminds you that they are not just an opponent, but a person with their own experiences, fears, and aspirations. This recognition can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. The Stoic emphasis on reason and empathy is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By understanding your adversary, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and constructive environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 12, embrace compromise. Compromise is essential in resolving conflicts. By being flexible and willing to find solutions that address both parties' needs, you can create a more positive and cooperative environment for resolution. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and moderation, helping you navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Compromise involves finding a middle ground where both parties can meet their needs and achieve their goals. It requires flexibility and a willingness to let go of rigid positions in favor of more balanced and mutually acceptable solutions. This flexibility reflects the Stoic emphasis on moderation and balance, enabling you to navigate conflicts more effectively. By embracing compromise, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving the conflict constructively, rather than winning at all costs. This commitment can build trust and cooperation, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and seek common ground. Compromise also involves recognizing the value of the relationship. It prioritizes long-term harmony and cooperation over short-term victories. This recognition can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, promoting mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on wisdom and moderation is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By embracing compromise, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and cooperative environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term harmony and cooperation. Number 13, appeal to their inner values. Understanding and respecting the values of your opponent is crucial in finding mutually agreeable solutions. By appealing to their inner values, you can create a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and empathy, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Conflicts often arise from clashes in values and priorities. By taking the time to understand the core values driving the behavior of your opponent, you can identify areas of common ground and potential solutions. This understanding can reveal shared values and goals, creating a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. Appealing to the inner values of your opponent involves framing your perspective in a way that aligns with their values. This effort can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and listen to your point of view. This approach also helps to humanize your opponent. It reminds you that they are not just an adversary, but a person with their own values, fears, and aspirations. This recognition can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. The Stoic emphasis on reason and empathy is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By appealing to the inner values of your opponent, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and constructive environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 14, learn from conflict. Conflicts provide valuable opportunities for self-reflection and personal growth. By using disagreements as learning experiences, you can gain insights into your own behavior and improve your conflict resolution skills. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and self-awareness, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Each conflict reveals something about our own strengths and weaknesses. By reflecting on the conflict and analyzing your actions and reactions, you can identify areas for improvement and develop better coping strategies. This reflection fosters personal growth and resilience, enabling you to handle future conflicts more effectively. Learning from conflict also involves recognizing the impact of your behavior on others. By understanding how your actions contribute to the conflict, you can make more informed and thoughtful decisions in the future. This understanding promotes empathy and self-awareness, aligning with the Stoic emphasis on self-improvement and wisdom. Moreover, learning from conflict encourages a growth mindset. It shifts the focus from winning or losing to learning and growing. This mindset fosters a more positive and constructive approach to conflict resolution, promoting mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on wisdom and self-awareness is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By learning from conflict, you can navigate disagreements more effectively and foster personal growth and resilience. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens your overall ability to handle future conflicts, promoting long-term peace and understanding. Number 15, set boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential in protecting your well-being and maintaining healthy relationships. By clearly defining and communicating your limits, you can prevent conflicts from escalating and ensure that your needs are respected. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of self-control and self-respect, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Boundaries serve as guidelines for acceptable behavior, helping to create a sense of safety and respect in relationships. By establishing and enforcing boundaries, you can prevent misunderstandings and reduce the potential for conflict. This clarity fosters a more positive and constructive environment for dialogue and negotiation. Setting boundaries also involves recognizing and respecting your own needs and limits. It requires self-awareness and self-respect, aligning with the Stoic emphasis on maintaining control over one's emotions and actions. By honoring your boundaries, you demonstrate a commitment to your well-being and values. Communicating your boundaries effectively is crucial. This communication involves being clear and direct about your limits, without aggression or defensiveness. It also involves listening to and respecting the boundaries of others, fostering mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on self-control and self-respect is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By setting clear boundaries, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and respectful environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also promotes long-term harmony and well-being in your relationships. In a world where conflicts are inevitable, embracing the wisdom of Stoic philosophy can transform how we approach and resolve disagreements. By using humor wisely, seeking external aid, practicing gratitude, and finding common ground, we can navigate conflicts with a calm and balanced mindset. Controlling our reactions, engaging in premeditation, and communicating with clarity further empower us to handle disputes with grace and effectiveness. The Stoic virtues of wisdom, empathy, and self-control provide a powerful framework for conflict resolution. By forgiving past grievances, offering empathy, understanding our adversaries, and embracing compromise, we foster mutual respect and cooperation. Setting boundaries and learning from conflicts ensure that we protect our well-being and grow from each experience. Ultimately, these Stoic strategies not only resolve immediate conflicts, but also strengthen our relationships and personal resilience. By integrating these principles into our daily lives, we can transform challenges into opportunities for growth and harmony, achieving a more peaceful and fulfilling existence. Embrace the timeless wisdom of the Stoics and discover a path to navigating conflicts with wisdom, clarity, and grace. "20 Stoic Rules to Conquer the Day." Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, ready to conquer the day with unwavering strength and clarity. What if every challenge you faced became an opportunity to grow, and every decision you made was guided by timeless wisdom? Welcome to the world of Stoicism, where ancient principles empower you to lead an extraordinary life. In this guide, we unveil 20 Stoic rules that will transform your daily routine and mindset. These principles, rooted in the teachings of great philosophers like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, offer a roadmap to mastering your inner world and thriving in the face of adversity. Each rule is a beacon of wisdom, designed to help you navigate the complexities of modern life with grace and resilience. Join us as we delve into the heart of Stoic philosophy, exploring how you can harness its power to live a life of purpose, virtue, and excellence. Whether you're seeking to improve your personal growth, manage stress, or simply find a deeper sense of fulfillment, these Stoic rules will equip you with the tools to conquer each day. Let's embark on this transformative journey together. Number 1. Remember that your response to situations is within your control. The Stoics taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control how we respond to them. This principle is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, empowering you to maintain inner peace and resilience regardless of circumstances. When faced with challenges, focus on your reaction rather than the situation itself. Choose responses that align with your values and virtues. By exercising this control, you transform potential stresses into opportunities for growth. This mindset shift reduces anxiety and fosters a sense of empowerment. Instead of feeling helpless in the face of adversity, you realize that your attitude and actions are always within your control. Practice patience, compassion, and rationality in your responses. Reflect on how your reactions influence your well-being and the well-being of others. Cultivate a habit of responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This practice not only enhances your personal resilience, but also sets a positive example for others. By focusing on what you can control, your responses, you navigate life with greater clarity and composure. This Stoic wisdom empowers you to face any situation with grace and strength. Number 2. Consistently strive to improve yourself and your circumstances. The journey of self-improvement is a lifelong commitment, a daily practice of honing your skills, expanding your knowledge, and refining your character. The Stoic philosopher Seneca reminds us that while we teach, we learn, emphasizing the reciprocal nature of growth. Improvement is not about drastic changes overnight, but about making small, deliberate steps every day. Embrace the power of incremental progress. Each day offers a new opportunity to be better than you were yesterday. Reflect on your actions, learn from your mistakes, and seek wisdom in every experience. Cultivate resilience and adaptability, for life is full of unexpected challenges. View these challenges as opportunities to grow stronger and wiser. Do not become complacent with your current achievements. There is always room for growth. Strive to enhance your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Read, meditate, exercise, and engage in meaningful conversations. Surround yourself with people who inspire and challenge you. Remember, the pursuit of excellence is a noble endeavor, one that brings fulfillment and a sense of purpose. By committing to continuous self-improvement, you not only elevate your own life, but also contribute positively to the lives of others. Number 3. Handle difficult people with serenity, kindness, and grace. The Stoics teach us that we cannot control the actions of others, but we can control our reactions. Encounters with difficult individuals are inevitable, yet they present valuable opportunities to practice virtue. When faced with negativity, respond with calmness and composure. Do not allow others to disrupt your inner peace. Instead, treat them with kindness, even when it is undeserved. This is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. By maintaining your serenity, you demonstrate control over your emotions and set a positive example. Kindness disarms hostility and often transforms adversaries into allies. Approach every interaction with grace, recognizing that everyone is fighting their own battles. Show empathy and understanding, even when it is challenging. Remember, the way you treat others is a reflection of your character, not theirs. Practicing kindness and grace in difficult situations cultivates patience and fortitude. It strengthens your ability to remain unshaken by external events. Embrace these encounters as opportunities to grow and to reinforce your commitment to living virtuously. By handling difficult people with serenity, kindness, and grace, you elevate yourself and those around you. Number 4. Stay present and handle what is in front of you. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it is easy to become overwhelmed by the myriad of tasks and worries. The Stoic principle of focusing on the present moment offers a profound solution. By staying present, you anchor yourself in the here and now, where your power lies. The past is unchangeable and the future is uncertain. Only the present is within your control. Concentrate on the task at hand, giving it your full attention and effort. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also reduces anxiety. When you focus on what you can do now, you eliminate the fear of what might happen later. Approach each task with a clear mind, undistracted by the noise of the past or future. This level of focus leads to a deeper sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Moreover, handling what is in front of you cultivates a habit of mindfulness, allowing you to experience life more fully. Embrace the present moment, for it is the only time you truly have. By living in the present, you honor the gift of life and make the most of every opportunity. Number 5. View challenges as essential for discovering your true strength. The Stoics believed that adversity is not just inevitable, but necessary for personal growth. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to test and reveal your inner fortitude. It is through the crucible of difficulty that your true character is forged. When you encounter obstacles, do not shy away or succumb to despair. Instead, embrace them as opportunities to demonstrate resilience and perseverance. Each challenge you overcome builds your confidence and prepares you for future trials. Remember, the strength of a tree is not measured by the absence of storms, but by its ability to withstand them. Similarly, your strength is revealed through your capacity to endure and overcome hardships. View each challenge as a stepping stone towards greater wisdom and strength. Adopt a mindset that welcomes difficulties as teachers, guiding you towards self-improvement. By facing challenges head-on, you cultivate courage and resilience, essential virtues for a fulfilling life. Do not seek a life of ease and comfort. Instead, seek a life of purpose and growth. Through challenges, you discover the depth of your capabilities and the true extent of your strength. Number 6, embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, with greater rewards from difficult undertakings. The Stoics taught that the path to excellence is paved with trials and tribulations. Each challenge you face is a chance to hone your skills, deepen your wisdom, and strengthen your character. When you encounter a difficult task, see it not as a burden, but as a valuable opportunity for personal development. Embracing challenges with a positive mindset transforms obstacles into stepping stones for success. The more difficult the undertaking, the greater the rewards you will reap. These rewards are not just external achievements, but also internal growth. By pushing your limits, you expand your potential and discover new strengths. Challenges test your resilience and determination, qualities that are essential for a fulfilling life. They teach you patience, perseverance, and the value of hard work. Embrace every challenge with the confidence that you will emerge stronger and wiser. Do not shy away from difficulties. Instead, seek them out as opportunities to prove your mettle. Remember, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. It is through the storms of life that you become truly capable and strong. Embrace challenges and unlock your true potential. Number 7, choose strength over weakness, courage over cowardice, and virtue over vice. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within, from the ability to choose our responses to life's events. In every situation, you have the power to choose how you will act. Will you give in to weakness, or will you rise with strength? Will you be ruled by fear, or will you act with courage? The path of virtue is often the harder path, but it is also the most rewarding. By choosing strength, you build resilience. By choosing courage, you face your fears and grow stronger. By choosing virtue, you align yourself with your highest ideals and live a life of integrity. These choices define your character and shape your destiny. Each decision you make is an opportunity to reinforce your commitment to living a good and meaningful life. Do not be swayed by external circumstances. Instead, focus on what is within your control. Choose to respond with strength, courage, and virtue, no matter what challenges you face. By making these choices consistently, you build a foundation of character that will support you through all of life's trials. Number 8. Begin each day by envisioning how you want to feel at the end of it. The Stoics emphasize the importance of intentionality and foresight. Starting your day with a clear vision sets the tone for everything that follows. Take a moment each morning to reflect on your goals and the kind of person you aspire to be. Envision the emotions you want to experience at the end of the day: satisfaction, peace, accomplishment. This practice aligns your actions with your values and priorities, guiding you through the day with purpose. When challenges arise, this vision serves as a compass, reminding you of what truly matters. By focusing on the desired end state, you are more likely to make choices that lead to a fulfilling and meaningful day. This proactive approach reduces the likelihood of regret and increases your sense of control over your life. It is a powerful exercise in mindfulness and self-discipline. Envisioning your desired feelings at the end of each day helps you stay committed to your goals and maintain a positive, productive mindset. Make this practice a daily habit and watch how it transforms your life, one day at a time. Number 9. Accept and extract good from your fate. The Stoics believed in the concept of amor fati, or love of fate. This means embracing whatever life throws at you, not with resignation, but with a proactive attitude of finding the good in every situation. Life is unpredictable and often beyond our control, but our response to it is always within our power. Accepting your fate means acknowledging reality without complaint or resistance. It's about recognizing that every experience, no matter how challenging, carries within it the seeds of growth and learning. By extracting the good from your circumstances, you transform adversity into an opportunity for personal development. This mindset fosters resilience as you learn to see obstacles as stepping stones rather than barriers. It also cultivates gratitude as you become more aware of the hidden blessings in every experience. Accepting your fate with grace and wisdom allows you to live in harmony with the world, free from the turmoil of resistance and regret. Embrace each moment fully, trust in the unfolding of your life, and find peace in the knowledge that everything has a purpose. By loving your fate, you turn every situation to your advantage. Number 10. Focus on today's tasks to alleviate anxiety about the future. The Stoics taught that worrying about the future is futile and distracts from the present moment, where our true power lies. By concentrating on what you can do today, you harness your energy and attention effectively. The future is uncertain and beyond your direct control, but the actions you take now can shape it positively. Break down your goals into manageable tasks and tackle them one by one. This approach not only reduces anxiety, but also enhances productivity and a sense of accomplishment. When you focus on today's tasks, you are fully engaged in the present, making each moment count. This mindfulness brings clarity and calm, enabling you to handle challenges with greater ease. Moreover, by taking care of the present, you lay a solid foundation for the future. Trust that by giving your best effort today, you're preparing yourself for whatever tomorrow may bring. Let go of the need to predict or control the future, and instead immerse yourself in the here and now. This practice of focusing on today's tasks cultivates a sense of peace and empowers you to live more fully and effectively. Number 11. Avoid complaints as they hinder personal growth. The Stoics believed that complaining is a waste of energy and a sign of weakness. It focuses attention on what is wrong rather than what can be improved. Complaints create a negative mindset, fostering dissatisfaction and helplessness. Instead of complaining, take constructive action. When faced with a problem, seek solutions and opportunities for learning. Every challenge is a chance to develop resilience and resourcefulness. By reframing difficulties as growth opportunities, you shift your focus from what is lacking to what can be gained. This proactive approach empowers you and fosters a positive outlook. Complaining also affects those around you, spreading negativity and lowering morale. Cultivate a habit of gratitude and positivity. Focus on the aspects of your life that are within your control and take responsibility for your actions. When you feel the urge to complain, pause and reflect on how you can address the situation constructively. This mindset not only enhances your personal growth, but also sets a positive example for others. By avoiding complaints and embracing a proactive attitude, you build a stronger, more resilient character and contribute to a more positive and productive environment. Number 12. Time is fleeting, so postpone nothing and stay present. The Stoics remind us that life is short and uncertain. The only moment we truly have is the present. Procrastination is the thief of time, robbing us of the opportunity to live fully and meaningfully. Each moment wasted is a moment lost forever. Embrace the urgency of now and commit to living each day with purpose and intention. Prioritize your tasks and focus on what truly matters. Do not defer your dreams and goals to a future that is not guaranteed. Take decisive action today, for tomorrow is uncertain. Staying present means fully engaging in each moment, appreciating its value and potential. It means letting go of regrets about the past and anxieties about the future. By living in the present, you maximize your effectiveness and enrich your life. This mindfulness enhances your experiences, deepens your relationships, and brings a sense of fulfillment. Time is the most precious resource we have. Once it is gone, it cannot be reclaimed. Cherish it, use it wisely, and make the most of every moment. By staying present and postponing nothing, you honor the gift of life and create a legacy of purpose and action. Number 13. Manage time wisely, understanding that time spent is life spent. The Stoics valued the mindful use of time, recognizing it as our most precious resource. Every moment you spend is a part of your life you can never get back. Therefore, it is essential to use your time wisely and intentionally. Prioritize activities that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and well-being. Avoid distractions and time-wasting habits that do not serve your goals. Plan your days thoughtfully, setting clear priorities and boundaries. Remember that each day is an opportunity to move closer to your aspirations. Treat time as a valuable currency, spending it on things that matter most to you. This mindset not only enhances productivity, but also brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and purpose. Reflect regularly on how you spend your time and make adjustments as needed to stay aligned with your goals. By managing your time wisely, you take control of your life and make the most of the limited time you have. The mindful use of time leads to a more focused, intentional, and meaningful life, allowing you to achieve your fullest potential. Number 14, have a clear direction and purpose to succeed. The Stoics believed that a well-defined sense of purpose is crucial for a fulfilling life. Without direction, we drift aimlessly, easily swayed by external circumstances and distractions. To succeed, you must know where you are going and why. Clarify your goals and values and align your actions with them. This clarity provides a roadmap for your life, guiding your decisions and actions. It instills a sense of purpose and motivation, driving you to persevere even in the face of obstacles. A clear direction helps you stay focused and resilient, reducing the likelihood of being derailed by setbacks. Reflect on your passions and strengths and consider how they can contribute to your overall purpose. Set specific, achievable goals that move you closer to your vision. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they remain aligned with your evolving values and circumstances. By having a clear direction and purpose, you create a sense of meaning and fulfillment in your life. It gives you the motivation to overcome challenges and the resilience to stay committed to your path. With a clear purpose, you can navigate life with confidence and achieve lasting success. Number 15. Live purposefully, recognizing the brevity of life. The Stoics often reflected on the fleeting nature of existence, urging us to live with intention and urgency. Life is short and time is precious. To live purposefully means to align your actions with your core values and long-term goals. It involves making deliberate choices that contribute to a meaningful and fulfilling life. Avoid distractions and superficial pursuits that do not serve your deeper purpose. Embrace the present moment, fully engaging in your activities and relationships. This mindful approach enhances your experiences and brings a sense of fulfillment. Reflect regularly on your priorities and ensure that your daily actions align with them. By living purposefully, you make the most of the limited time you have. You focus on what truly matters and let go of what does not. This practice not only enriches your own life, but also positively impacts those around you. Recognizing the brevity of life instills a sense of urgency and motivation to live fully and authentically. Embrace this Stoic wisdom and commit to living each day with purpose and intention, making your life a reflection of your highest values and aspirations. Number 16, focus on tasks with minimal distractions to maximize effectiveness. The Stoics emphasize the importance of concentration and discipline. In our fast-paced, distraction-filled world, maintaining focus can be challenging, but is crucial for productivity and success. Identify the tasks that are most important and dedicate your full attention to them. Eliminate or minimize distractions, whether they are digital notifications, unnecessary meetings, or cluttered environments. Create a conducive workspace that fosters concentration and clarity. Practice mindfulness techniques to enhance your ability to stay present and focused. This disciplined approach not only improves the quality of your work, but also reduces stress and increases satisfaction. By giving your full attention to one task at a time, you enhance your efficiency and achieve better results. This practice also fosters a sense of accomplishment and progress, motivating you to continue striving for excellence. Prioritize deep work and avoid multitasking, which can dilute your efforts and reduce overall productivity. Remember, the quality of your work is directly related to the quality of your attention. By focusing on tasks with minimal distractions, you maximize your effectiveness and make significant strides toward your goals. Number 17. Use your life to be extraordinary. Every moment is a gift, an opportunity to rise above mediocrity and leave a mark on the world. The Stoics teach us that life is fleeting, a brief flicker in an eternity of darkness. Why waste it on trivialities? Channel your inner potential, strive for greatness, and aim to be a person of value. Extraordinary lives are not the result of extraordinary circumstances, but of extraordinary efforts. Choose to be extraordinary in your thoughts, actions, and character. Set high standards for yourself and pursue them relentlessly. Remember, it is not the external achievements that define an extraordinary life, but the inner virtues cultivated along the way. Live with purpose, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Your legacy is built one decision at a time, one action at a time. Be the person who inspires others, who makes a difference, and who lives with intention. Do not settle for a life of quiet desperation. Instead, embrace the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself. The world needs extraordinary people, and you have the power to be one of them. Seize the day and make your life a testament to the greatness within you. Number 18, recognize the importance of working together. The Stoics valued community and cooperation, understanding that human beings thrive in collaboration. In a world that often emphasizes individual achievement, it is essential to remember the power of working together. Collective efforts amplify individual strengths and compensate for weaknesses. When you collaborate with others, you gain diverse perspectives and skills that enhance your own capabilities. Embrace opportunities to work as part of a team, whether in personal, professional, or community settings. Practice active listening, empathy, and open communication to build strong, trusting relationships. By valuing the contributions of others, you foster a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. This approach not only improves outcomes, but also enriches your experiences and connections. Recognize that we are stronger together than apart. Working collaboratively teaches humility, patience, and the value of shared goals. It creates a sense of belonging and purpose, enhancing overall well-being. By prioritizing teamwork and collaboration, you contribute to a more cohesive, supportive, and successful environment. This Stoic principle reminds us that our individual actions impact the larger community and that we thrive best when we work together. Number 19. Treat each day and hour as a precious gift. The Stoics believed in the sanctity of time, urging us to live each moment fully and mindfully. Every day presents a new opportunity to grow, learn, and make a positive impact. Approach each day with gratitude and intention, recognizing its inherent value. Avoid wasting time on trivial pursuits or idle distractions. Instead, focus on activities that align with your values and contribute to your goals. Reflect on the transient nature of life and let this awareness motivate you to make the most of every hour. Prioritize meaningful experiences and relationships and invest your time in what truly matters. This mindful approach enhances your sense of fulfillment and purpose. By treating each day as a gift, you cultivate a deeper appreciation for life and its possibilities. This perspective encourages you to live with urgency and intention, making deliberate choices that enrich your life. Embrace the present moment, for it is the only time you truly have. By honoring the gift of time, you create a life that is not only productive, but also deeply rewarding and meaningful. Number 20. Stop letting your potential lie dormant and give your best effort each day. The Stoics believed that each of us has untapped potential waiting to be realized. Do not allow fear, doubt, or complacency to hold you back. Every day is an opportunity to move closer to your fullest potential. Embrace a mindset of growth and possibility, pushing yourself to excel in all areas of life. Take consistent action towards your goals, no matter how small. Each effort builds momentum and brings you closer to your aspirations. Reflect on your strengths and areas for improvement, and make a conscious effort to develop them. Seek feedback, learn from your experiences, and stay committed to your personal and professional growth. By giving your best effort each day, you honor your potential and create a life of purpose and fulfillment. Remember, greatness is not achieved overnight, but through persistent, dedicated effort. Do not settle for mediocrity. Strive for excellence in everything you do. This commitment to your potential not only enhances your own life, but also inspires and elevates those around you. Embrace your capabilities and make the most of every opportunity to grow and excel. As we conclude this journey through the wisdom of Stoic principles, remember that every day is an opportunity to apply these timeless teachings and transform your life. The power to conquer your day lies within you, guided by the strength of your character and the clarity of your purpose. If you found value in these Stoic rules and are inspired to incorporate them into your daily routine, don't stop here. Embrace the path of continuous growth and resilience, and let the wisdom of Stoicism guide you towards a more fulfilling and purposeful life. If you enjoyed this video and want to dive deeper into wisdom that can elevate every aspect of your life, like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community of seekers, thinkers, and doers who are committed to living extraordinary lives. Share this video with those who could benefit from a dose of ancient wisdom in their modern lives. Thank you for watching, and remember, every day is a new chance to live with intention, strength, and virtue. Stay wise, stay resilient, and stay tuned for more powerful insights on the Wiser channel.